Before we rank anything, let's set the scene. It is somewhere between late and very late. You are comfortable. The world outside has gone quiet. And tonight, instead of staring at the ceiling, you are going to let someone walk you through 36 years of mysteries hidden inside the longest-running animated series in television history. The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December, 1989, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. It is the kind of show that has been running so long that children born after it premiered have grown up, graduated college, had their own children, and those children are now old enough to watch it. The show is older than the internet as most people use it, older than most smartphones, older than a whole generation of people who have somehow never known a world without it. And in all that time, the show has accumulated something remarkable, a collection of mysteries. Some of them are small and strange and easy to laugh off. Some of them are so deeply woven into the fabric of the show that once you see them, you cannot unsee them. And a few of them are genuinely disturbing, the kind of thing you turn over in your mind long after the episode ends. Tonight, we are going to rank every major Simpsons mystery by how insane it actually is. We start gentle and we go deep. The early tiers are calm, easy to follow, the kind of thing that will settle your thoughts and carry you towards sleep. The later tiers are where things get strange, where the theories start connecting, where Springfield stops looking like a cartoon town and starts looking like something else entirely. You do not need to stay awake for all of it. That is not the point. The point is to give your mind something interesting to follow, something with enough texture to keep the silence at bay, until eventually the words become a current and you drift. Let's start at the beginning of the ranking. The mysteries that, when you look at them closely, have perfectly reasonable explanations. The ones that are fun to think about but probably do not mean anything. Section 1. Tier 1. The easily explained mysteries. Mystery 1. The Simpsons predictions. This is the one that gets shared on social media every time something happens in the real world. Someone finds a clip from a 1,995 episode that seems to predict a 2024 headline, posts it online, and for about 48 hours, the internet becomes convinced that the show's writers are time travelers, prophets, or both. The greatest hits of this phenomenon are genuinely striking when you list them all in a row. The show predicted Donald Trump's presidency 16 years before it happened. It depicted a device resembling a modern smartwatch in 1995. It showed Disney acquiring a major media corporation in 1998, 2 decades before Disney purchased 21st Century Fox. It aired an episode in 1993 about a flu virus spreading from Asia that caused panic buying and social breakdown, 27 years before COVID-19. In a 1999 episode, Homer proposed a theory about the shape of the universe involving a donut, and years later, cosmologists found radiation patterns suggesting the universe might actually be toroidal in shape. One episode featured a joke about Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years passed between the joke and the reality. The list goes on long enough that it stops feeling like coincidence and starts feeling like something else. Pattern recognition kicks in. The brain, which is very good at finding shapes and noise, starts suggesting that maybe the show knows something. But here is what the people who actually make the show say about it. Al Jean, who has been executive producer on The Simpsons for most of its run, has addressed this directly and repeatedly. His explanation is simple. If you throw enough darts at a board, some of them will hit the target. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, references to current events, and extrapolations about where technology and politics and culture might be heading. When you generate that volume of content over that length of time, some of it is going to align with future events through statistical probability alone. Producer Bill Oakley put it even more plainly. He said there are very few cases where the show actually predicted something. Mostly it is coincidence, and the episodes are old enough that history tends to repeat itself. The world cycles through the same patterns. A show that satirizes those patterns long enough is eventually going to overlap with the cycle. The more important thing Oakley and Jean both point to is selection bias. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that did not come true. Episodes from the 1990s depicted jetpacks, moon colonies, hover cars, and technological developments that never materialized. They made jokes about political outcomes that went the other way. They imagined cultural shifts that never happened. But nobody screenshots those. Nobody shares the misses on social media because the misses do not feel interesting. The brain filters them out and keeps only the hits, which creates a highlight reel that looks supernatural but is actually just a very long show run through a confirmation bias engine. The Trump prediction is the one most worth examining closely because it is the most cited and the most impressive seeming. The 2000 episode that depicted a Trump presidency did not do so randomly. Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for president since the late 1980s. He appeared on the cover of magazines discussing his political ambitions. He was a fixture of American celebrity culture whose name was already associated with excess, self-promotion, and the kind of theatrical personality that translates well to politics. The show's writers did not predict Trump. They observed that Trump existed, that he had been gesturing toward a presidential run for over a decade, and they wrote a joke about what the logical end of that trajectory looked like. The joke turned out to be accurate because the trajectory continued. The same logic applies to the Disney-Fox merger. Media consolidation was an accelerating trend throughout the 1990s and 2000s. Major corporations were absorbing smaller ones at an increasing rate. The show made a joke about the extreme end of that trend. When the trend reached that extreme 20 years later, the joke became a reference point. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been one of the most educated in television. Harvard graduates, MIT alumni, people with advanced degrees in mathematics, science, and political theory. These are not people guessing randomly. They are intelligent observers of American culture who spend their careers studying patterns and pushing them forward to their logical conclusions. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the product of very smart people paying very close attention, working on a show long enough that some of their extrapolations eventually arrive. And there is one more layer to this that is genuinely interesting, even once you understand the mechanics. The Simpsons is so deeply embedded in American culture that it may actually influence the outcomes it appears to predict. When the show depicted a Trump presidency as a joke about the absurd direction of celebrity politics, that image entered the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people saw it. It became a reference point, something people laughed about, something that made the idea of Trump as president feel like an inevitable punchline rather than a shocking impossibility. When the punchline arrived, it felt familiar because the show had already prepared people for it. The show did not predict the future. The show made the future feel inevitable, and inevitability is a self-fulfilling condition. There is a phrase for this in media theory: normalization. When something is depicted enough, even as satire, it loses its shock value. The Simpsons has been depicting the extreme end of American excess, corruption, and absurdity for 36 years. And America has been slowly catching up to those extremes. The show is not a crystal ball. It is a mirror that America has been staring into for long enough that we have started to resemble what we see. The prediction mystery at Tier 1 is the most easily explained mystery in the show's catalog. The answer is volume, intelligence, confirmation bias, and the self-referential loop between satire and reality. But even knowing all of that, even understanding the mechanism completely, it is still impressive to watch a clip from 1997 and see something that looks exactly like 2024. The trick works even when you know how it is done. Mystery 2. Why Springfield has no fixed location. Springfield is the most famous fictional city in American history. More people can find it on a mental map than can name the capital of half the real states in the country. It has a nuclear power plant, a harbor, a gorge, a mountain range, a desert, a coastline, forests, a monorail, a professional baseball stadium, an NFL team, a corrupt municipal government, and a quick E-Mart on what feels like every corner. It has been described in different episodes as bordering Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. It has cold winters and tropical heat waves within the span of a single season. It is located on the coast and in the heartland simultaneously. For 36 years, fans have been trying to pin down the state. Entire websites have been devoted to the investigation. The evidence has been cataloged, cross-referenced, and debated with the kind of energy usually reserved for criminal trials. Lisa's area code appears to be a Missouri code. The state flag has been glimpsed in certain episodes and does not match any real state. The climate is inconsistent in ways that suggest no single geographic location. The landscape changes depending on what the episode needs. Matt Groening addressed this in 2012 in an interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He grew up near Springfield, Oregon. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, and he liked that it could be anywhere. For about 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. And then the show continued to contradict this. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts inconsistent with Oregon. The writers kept the ambiguity going because the ambiguity is the point. The show's philosophy has always been that Springfield should feel like every viewer's hometown, regardless of where that viewer actually lives. A Springfield in a specific state is a Springfield that belongs to that state's residents. A Springfield with no fixed location belongs to everyone. The geographic impossibility is also, on a purely practical level, very useful for writers. Setting a town in a real state means having to get geographic, political, and cultural details right. A fictional state with no real-world anchors gives writers complete freedom to give Springfield whatever feature the story needs. Mountains in one episode, desert in another, ocean access whenever a plot requires it. The location is undefined because being undefined is the most useful condition for a storytelling tool. There is a light conspiracy theory version of this too. Some fans argue that Springfield's shifting geography is evidence that the town exists outside normal reality, either because of the radiation theory, which we will get to much later in this script, or because of the coma theory, where Homer's dreaming mind assembles Springfield from fragments of every American landscape he has ever seen, layered without geographic logic. Dreams do not have maps. They have feelings. And Springfield feels like America because it is made from the impression of America rather than any specific part of it. But at Tier 1, the honest answer is simpler. The show chose ambiguity on purpose, and it has maintained that ambiguity because the mystery itself became part of the show's identity. Groening confirmed it was Oregon and then quietly let the show keep contradicting him, because a solved mystery is less interesting than an open one. Mystery 3. Why guest stars look different. This one is smaller but worth noting because it is surprisingly well observed. Throughout the show's run, whenever a celebrity appears as a version of themselves visiting Springfield, they tend to look different from the regular residents. Their proportions are slightly more realistic. Their eyes are a different shape. Their features conform more closely to actual human anatomy. The official explanation from the show's production team is that Springfield residents are drawn in the specific style of the show, while guest stars are drawn to more closely resemble the actual people they represent, so that viewers can identify them. It is a practical animation decision. You draw a character to look like their voice actor when recognition matters. Some fans, particularly those who follow the radiation or mutation theories, read this differently. They point out that within the show's own logic, if Springfield residents look the way they do because of decades of environmental contamination, then visitors from outside the town would naturally look different. They have not been exposed to whatever the plant has been releasing. Their bodies have not been altered. The difference in drawing style accidentally encodes a real distinction. The people inside the contamination zone look one way, and the people outside it look another. This is probably the most elegant of the Tier 1 mysteries because the real explanation is mundane, but the conspiracy reading is almost too clean. The writers needed a practical reason to draw guest stars differently. They had no way of knowing that this practical decision would, decades later, be read as accidental confirmation of a fan theory about radiation poisoning. And yet, there it is. At Tier 1, the answer is animation practicality. But the shadow of a more interesting answer falls across it, and that shadow belongs to a higher tier. Mystery 4. The couch gag. The couch gag is not really a mystery so much as it is a ritual. Every episode of The Simpsons begins the same way. The family races home, bursts through the door, and collapses onto the couch. In the early seasons, the couch gags were simple. The family sits down. Something slightly wrong happens. The couch folds up. The room fills with water. A giant foot comes down. As the seasons progressed, the couch gags became increasingly elaborate, increasingly surreal, increasingly disconnected from anything that could be called cartoon reality. Guest animators took over for entire sequences. Some couch gags are now short films unto themselves, lasting several minutes, exploring abstract visual concepts that have nothing to do with the show. The mystery, if you want to call it that, is why the couch gag exists and what it means that it keeps getting stranger. The official answer is that it was created as a flexible padding tool. Episodes that ran short could have a longer couch gag inserted. Episodes that ran long could have it shortened or cut. The couch gag is a variable length segment that gives editors flexibility, but there is a quieter reading of the couch gag's evolution that is worth sitting with. In the early seasons, when the show was grounded and realistic, the couch gags were small and domestic. A funny thing happens when the family sits down. As the show became more surreal, as the episodes became more disconnected from real-world logic, the couch gags followed. They became cosmic, abstract, disturbing, playful, in ways that bear no relationship to a family sitcom. The couch gag is a mirror for the show's own internal logic, and the mirror keeps getting stranger. The coma theory, which we will spend significant time on later, has a reading of the couch gag that is quietly haunting. If every episode is a dream being generated by Homer's unconscious mind, then the couch gag is the moment before the dream begins. The family rushing home, the door opening, the couch. It is the ritual of homecoming, the one image Homer's mind returns to at the start of every dream cycle. And, in the dream, sometimes it goes normally, and sometimes the dream glitches at that exact moment. And something impossible happens in the living room, and nobody acknowledges it, because in dreams, the impossible is just furniture. Mystery 5. Why The Simpsons has never really ended. This is the question that lives underneath all the others, the one that gets asked whenever someone brings up the show's longevity. Why is it still on? The golden age ended somewhere in the late 1990s or early 2000s, depending on who you ask. The ratings have declined significantly from their peak. The cultural dominance the show once had, the ability to set the national conversation on a Sunday night, has long since passed. So why does Fox keep making it? The simple answer is money. The Simpsons is one of the most profitable franchises in entertainment history. Merchandise, licensing, syndication, streaming rights, theme parks. The show's characters appear on products in virtually every country on Earth. The economic infrastructure built around The Simpsons is so vast that canceling the show would require unwinding decades of contracts and arrangements. As long as the show is in production, that infrastructure stays active. As long as the infrastructure stays active, the money flows. The show continues because the machine that runs on the show cannot afford for the show to stop. There is also the matter of legacy. The Simpsons holds records that will likely never be broken. Longest-running American animated series, longest-running sitcom, longest-running scripted primetime show in television history. Every new episode extends those records. The show is, at this point, less a creative endeavor and more a monument. Monuments do not retire. They simply accumulate years. But the most interesting angle on this mystery is the one about identity. The Simpsons has become so deeply embedded in American culture that its continued existence feels like a background condition of reality, like gravity or weather. Ending the show would be an event of cultural significance far beyond anything the show is currently achieving each week. The ending would overshadow everything the show has done. And for people who love what the show was during its peak, the ending would also require acknowledging that the peak is over, that the golden years are gone, that the version of the show they fell in love with is already a memory. As long as the show continues, that acknowledgement can be deferred. The show is still on. Therefore, in some psychological sense, it is still the show it was. This is, quietly, the same mechanism that the fans who watch it every week are using. And we will return to that idea at the very end of this script. Drop a comment with your location and the time you're watching this. I want to know where in the world these mysteries are keeping people awake. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is a good time. There is a lot more to get through tonight. Section 2. Tier 2 Interesting but Explainable Mysteries. These are the mysteries that have real answers, but the real answers are more interesting than a simple explanation. The ones where understanding the mechanics reveals something meaningful about the show, the characters, or both. Mystery 6. The Death and Resurrection of Hans Moleman. Hans Moleman is a background character, one of hundreds that populate Springfield's streets and public spaces. He is small, elderly, nearly blind, frequently confused, and absolutely impossible to kill permanently. He gets hit by cars. He falls into open manholes, Animals attack him. He is buried alive. He is struck by lightning. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels. In a memorable sequence, he is accidentally incinerated. In another, a piano falls on him. He has been killed, by conservative count, dozens of times in regular canonical episodes. These are not Treehouse of Horror deaths, which take place in non-canon Halloween specials. These are standard episodes, in the main continuity of the show, where Hans Moleman ceases to exist as a living organism and then appears completely healthy in the following episode with no explanation offered. The production reason for this is uncomplicated. Moleman was created as a gag character, specifically designed to suffer increasingly absurd fates. The show's writers liked the joke so much that they kept using it. The character exists in the category of things that are funny because they happen repeatedly with no consequence. His deaths are a running joke with no in-universe explanation intended. But the interesting question is not why the show keeps killing him. The interesting question is the one raised by a single line he delivers in an episode where he mentions his age. He states, matter-of-factly, that he is 31 years old. Hans Moleman appears to be in his 80s or 90s. His face is deeply lined. His eyes are nearly useless. His back is bent. His voice carries decades of weariness. The character design is unmistakably that of a very old man, but he says he is 31. The show does not address this. Nobody follows up. The line passes and the episode continues. But if the number is true, something happened to Hans Moleman that aged him catastrophically, decades ahead of any normal biological schedule. Something took a man who should be in the prime of his life and turned him into the physical equivalent of a man who has lived 3 times as long. Within the Springfield radiation theory, Moleman represents an extreme case. If the nuclear plant's runoff has been affecting Springfield's residents for decades, and if some residents respond to that exposure differently than others, then Moleman might be the most severely affected person in town. His accelerated aging could be a radiation-induced mutation, his body progressing through decades of cellular decay in a fraction of the normal time. And his remarkable resistance to death, the way he keeps coming back after events that should kill anyone, might be the other side of the same mutation. Whatever the contamination did to his aging, it also altered his cellular recovery in ways that make death temporary for him. This is speculation based on a single throwaway line in an episode that was not trying to be serious. But the line is there, the show put it there. And once you hear it, it is very difficult to look at Hans Moleman the same way again. He is not a background gag. He is a 31-year-old man trapped in a body that aged without him. Mystery 7. The Skinner Revelation and What It Actually Means. Season 9 of The Simpsons aired the episode known as The Principal and the Pauper, and it created a controversy so significant that it has never fully subsided, even more than 2 decades later. Fans rank it among the show's worst decisions. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner, publicly expressed his displeasure. Critics called it a betrayal of everything the show had built. What actually happens in the episode is this. A stranger arrives in Springfield and introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was believed killed in captivity. He is, he explains, the real Seymour Skinner. The man Springfield has known as their school principal for years is revealed to be an imposter named Armin Tamzarian. Tamzarian was a street criminal before the war, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian traveled to Springfield to inform his mother. Agnes Skinner, needing someone to be her son, treated Tamzarian as such. And Tamzarian, who had never belonged anywhere, let it happen. He became Seymour Skinner and lived that life for 2 decades. The real Skinner's return exposes the fraud. The town meets, considers the evidence, and then does something extraordinary. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree declaring the imposter to be the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who escaped captivity and came home, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from town. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. The fan response was immediate and harsh. How dare the writers erase Skinner's history? How dare they declare that everything viewers knew about him was built on fiction? How dare they reduce a beloved character to a fraud? But here is what those critics missed, and what makes this episode genuinely interesting rather than merely bad. The episode is not betraying Springfield. It is diagnosing it. Consider what Springfield actually does in this episode. They are presented with incontrovertible evidence that someone in a position of authority has been operating under a false identity for 20 years. They have the real person standing in front of them, able to prove his identity. The truth is completely available to them, and they reject it. They choose the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable reality. They then formalize that rejection with a legal decree, make the truth illegal to speak aloud, and exile the messenger. This is not unprecedented in Springfield. It is what Springfield always does. The town has been choosing comfort over truth since the very first season. When Blinky the three-eyed fish was pulled from the river and used as evidence that Burns was poisoning the environment, the town watched Burns eat the fish on live television and then forgot about it. When the dome went up over the entire town in the movie, declaring Springfield an environmental hazard, the people inside kept living their lives. When Homer discovered his mother was alive and that Burns had destroyed her family, he never meaningfully confronted Burns about it. Springfield has always chosen the version of reality that is easiest to live with. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode that shows you this mechanism operating in real time. Every other time Springfield forgets something catastrophic, it happens off-screen, between episodes. This episode lets you watch the town make the decision to forget, watch them vote on it, watch them institutionalize it. The critics who called it the show's worst episode were reacting to the discomfort of seeing Springfield's ugliest feature placed under a spotlight. The episode does not fail as television. It succeeds as diagnosis. And if you accept the interpretation that this episode is revealing something true about the town, then every other instance of Springfield's collective amnesia reads differently. The reset button between episodes is not a production convenience. It is a town-wide vote to maintain the agreed-upon version of events. Springfield does not forget. Springfield decides to forget. There is a meaningful difference. Mystery 8. Ned Flanders and the Cage of Kindness. Ned Flanders is introduced as Homer's neighbor and primary antagonist, a man so aggressively decent that his goodness functions as a form of passive aggression. He is fit where Homer is not. He is financially responsible where Homer is chaotic. He is a devoted father, a faithful husband, a model Christian, a community volunteer. He is, in virtually every measurable category, a better person than Homer Simpson. And the show punishes him for it, continuously, over 36 years. His wife Maude was killed at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired and knocked her from the bleachers. Homer, who was trying to catch the shirts for himself, caused the cannon to redirect in Maude's direction. Homer's selfishness killed Ned's wife. And Ned forgave him. Ned always forgives. For the first several seasons, viewers could read Ned's forgiveness as genuine Christian virtue. He is a devout man. He believes in grace. He turns the other cheek because his faith demands it. But the show eventually introduced an episode that reframes everything. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so poorly that it immediately collapses, Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown. He screams at the town, at Homer, at everyone who has ever wronged him, releasing years of suppressed fury in a single extended monologue that is genuinely disturbing to watch in a show that is supposed to be a comedy. He is then institutionalized. And while he is receiving treatment, the truth comes out. Ned was not always kind. As a child, he was violent, uncontrollable, and behaviorally alarming. His parents, who were beatniks who had rejected conventional discipline, took him to a psychiatrist. That psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral modification. What the show describes is essentially reprogramming. The rage did not go away. It was suppressed, buried beneath a constructed personality that physically could not access it under normal circumstances. Ned Flanders' kindness is not a character trait. It is a psychological cage built around a child who needed one. Once you know this, everything about Ned reads differently. His patience with Homer is not saintly. The conditioning makes genuine anger neurologically impossible for him under normal stress. His faith is not spiritual conviction in any simple sense. It is the framework he relies on to explain why he keeps suffering despite doing everything correctly. Because without that framework, the alternative would be to acknowledge that the universe does not reward goodness, and that acknowledgement would be unbearable for a man who has nothing else to fall back on. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is the most heartbreaking moment in the show when viewed through this lens. A man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness responds not with anger, but with the programmed grace of someone who was taught before he was old enough to choose that anger is forbidden. Ned Flanders does not forgive Homer because he is a good person. He forgives Homer because he literally cannot do anything else. The rage is there. The episode where he breaks proves it. But under normal circumstances, the cage holds. And the show is aware of this tragedy. It has shown you the cage. It showed you what is inside it. It put that information on screen and then returned Ned to his smiling state as if nothing had changed, which is exactly what the conditioning does. The reset is not just a storytelling device. It is the conditioning reasserting itself after a failure. God talks to Homer in this show. God has appeared to Homer, conversed with him, engaged with his ridiculous theological questions. But God has never once spoken to Ned Flanders, the man who has devoted his entire life to faith. The drunk falls asleep in church and receives divine conversation. The devout man gets silence. That is not an accident. That is the show telling you something about Springfield, about the nature of reward and punishment in this particular universe, about what it means to try very hard in a place that is not designed to acknowledge the effort. Mystery 9. The floating backstory of Homer and Marge. When The Simpsons began, Homer and Marge had a history. They met in high school in the 1970s. Their courtship was defined by that era. The music was from that era. The fashion was from that era. The cultural references, the haircuts, the cars in the background, all of it placed their origin story firmly in a specific decade. They were parents in their mid-30s during the late 1980s because they had fallen in love during the late 1970s. The math worked. The timeline was coherent. 36 years later, the math does not work anymore. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they cannot have met in 1979. They would have been born in the early 1990s. High school in the 2000s. Courtship in the era of MySpace and early social media. The show has actually depicted this shift, running flashback episodes in later seasons that place Homer and Marge's formative years in the 1990s, then the early 2000s, then what appears to be the 2010s. Their origin story has been rewritten several times, each version placing their youth in whichever recent decade the writers need in order to maintain the fiction that they are currently middle-aged. The characters are the same. The love story is functionally the same. But the era keeps sliding, because the era has to slide. Their memories are not fixed. Their history is not stable. They have whatever backstory is required to make the show's present tense work. Most people accept this as the price of a long-running show with a floating timeline, and that is the correct functional explanation. But it carries a genuinely strange implication when examined closely. Homer and Marge do not have a real past. They have a constantly revised draft of a past, updated every few years to maintain chronological plausibility. The specific details of their courtship, their high school years, their first apartment, their early life as young parents, none of it is fixed. Any of it can be overwritten. The coma theory has a particularly elegant reading of this. If Homer has been unconscious since 1993, his dreaming mind cannot generate consistent memories of his own past because memory is imperfect, especially under the degrading conditions of long-term unconsciousness. The show depicting Homer and Marge's backstory differently in different episodes is the dream revising itself, the unconscious mind filling in gaps with approximations that feel right without necessarily being accurate. Homer remembers the feeling of falling in love with Marge. The specific decade keeps changing because the dreaming brain does not have access to a calendar. It only has the emotional truth. They were young, they found each other, and everything that has come after flows from that. Mystery 10, Santa's Little Helper and the Question of Animal Mutation. Santa's Little Helper is the Simpson family dog, a greyhound they won at the track on Christmas Eve in the first episode. He is a recurring background presence, showing up in crowd scenes and domestic moments throughout the show's run. He is, in the logic of the show, just a dog. But look at him closely, and something is slightly off. His eyes have the same bulging quality as the Simpson family's eyes. His proportions, while canine, deviate from real greyhound anatomy in ways that mirror the deviations in the human characters. He does not look like a real dog. He looks like a Springfield dog, which is a subtly different thing. The radiation theory makes something of this. If the nuclear plant's runoff is affecting the water supply and the air quality and the biology of Springfield's human residents, then it is affecting the animals too. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, caught in the river near the plant, is the most explicit example of animal mutation in the show. The fish has an extra eye because of what the plant has been dumping into the water. The show states this directly. If the fish have three eyes, what about the dog? If animals downstream from the plant are visibly mutated, why would a dog who drinks the same water and breathes the same air be immune? Santa's little helper looks the way he does because Springfield's environment has shaped him the same way it has shaped everything else that lives there. This is tier 2 rather than higher, because the show never makes this explicit. It is a visual observation rather than a stated fact. The animation style for animals naturally follows the same design language as the animation style for humans. There is no word of God confirmation that the dog is supposed to look different from real dogs for any reason beyond aesthetic consistency. But the observation stands. In Springfield, even the pets carry the signature. Section 3. Tier 3 Genuinely Strange Mysteries. Mystery 11. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Season 6 ended in the summer of 1995 with the most ambitious thing an animated show had ever attempted. A genuine whodunit mystery, promoted as a national event, with a contest inviting viewers to submit their guesses for a prize. Fox ran it like a cultural phenomenon. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting like a real crime. The country genuinely did not know the answer. The show had spent an entire episode establishing that every single person in Springfield had a motive and the opportunity. Mr. Burns had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school budget. He had bankrupted Moe's Bar. He had caused a sinkhole that destroyed the retirement home. He had built a device that blocked out the sun over the entire town, forcing every resident to buy electricity from his plant. When Smithers, his loyal assistant, objected, Burns fired him on the spot. By the time someone pulled the trigger on Burns at the town sundial, the victim had given every resident of Springfield a personal reason to want him dead. The resolution came in September 1995. The shooter was Maggie Simpson. According to the official account, Burns had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting and attempted to take her lollipop. His gun fell from his holster during the struggle. Maggie picked it up. The gun went off. Burns was shot. The baby did it. A baby cannot be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum says so explicitly. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Case closed. Except the case was never really closed, and the evidence tells a more complicated story. Start with the contest. The show's creators promoted it as a solvable mystery with clues embedded in Part 1. They invited the entire country to guess. According to the DVD commentary, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of contest entries submitted the correct answer. The person who was awarded the prize was chosen at random from the pool and given a cash payment because they had not actually guessed correctly. The show's creators were aware of one person, posting on a Simpsons news group the night of the original broadcast, who had guessed correctly. That person was using a college internet account that had become inactive by the time the producers tried to contact them. This means that despite the show's claims to have created a solvable mystery, essentially nobody solved it. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer did not follow logically from the evidence the way the promotion promised it did. Consider Burns's last words before being shot. "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not startled. He was not afraid. He said those words the way you would greet someone familiar, someone you know but do not consider a threat. Does Burns have a prior relationship with Maggie Simpson? The show does not establish one. Burns barely registers Homer's existence despite Homer working for him for years. The idea that Burns would see an infant in a parking lot and calmly say, "Oh, it's you," as if acknowledging a known acquaintance does not fit what the show tells us about this man's level of situational awareness. Then there is the sundial. Burns fell and his hands landed on two letters, W and S. The show tells us these letters, read from Burns's perspective, spell MS. For Maggie Simpson, the problem is that Burns himself, when he woke up from his coma, stated that this was not intentional. He did not deliberately position his hands to identify his attacker, he just fell. The central physical clue of the entire mystery was described by its own creator as an accident. In season 18, Homer Simpson states that he was the one who shot Mr. Burns. He simply says it, on camera. In what appears to be a moment of casual revelation, nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. The richest man in Springfield was shot, and the man who works for him just confessed to it, and the show treats this as a throwaway line. Either Homer is lying, which, given his character, is entirely possible, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it from the inside. The Marge theory is the one that deserves the most attention. Marge is not traditionally considered a suspect, which is exactly why the theory holds together. She watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, and steal the sun from her town. She had every reason. And Burns, according to the show, was briefly infatuated with Marge during an earlier episode. If Burns looked across that parking lot and saw Marge standing there with a gun, he might have said, "Oh, it's you," in a very different emotional register. And when he woke up from his coma, he might have chosen to point at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions, rather than name the woman whose attention he had once craved. Maggie is the perfect fall guy in this reading. A baby cannot be prosecuted, which is exactly why blaming Maggie is the cleanest possible solution for anyone who wanted the case closed without consequence. An infant too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, too young to ever face punishment for it. The alternate endings add another layer of uncertainty. A fully produced alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers is the shooter, fully voiced, fully edited, finished. This ending was eventually shown in a clip show where the host dismissed it by saying it would have required ignoring the DNA evidence, which would be, quote, downright nutty, and then made a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial as an example of a jury ignoring DNA evidence. The show winked directly at the audience. It acknowledged that ignoring evidence to reach a verdict happens, that official answers are not necessarily correct answers, and then it moved on. The show knows what it did. The mystery of who shot Mr. Burns was never solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, as we have already established, those are two very different things. Mystery 12. Maggie Simpson's intelligence. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She does not speak in any meaningful way. She communicates through pacifier sounds and a vocabulary of extremely expressive looks. She has not developed language. She is, by surface appearance, a baby. But the evidence that Maggie is operating at a cognitive level far beyond what her age or apparent development would suggest is extensive enough that it deserves serious examination. Start with the shooting episode, regardless of whether Maggie actually pulled the trigger. In the final moments of the Who Shot Mr. Burns resolution, after everyone has left the room, Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, deliberately. She confirms that no one is watching before she makes a specific motion with her pacifier that mimics firing a gun. The sequence of actions required for this behavior, checking her surroundings, confirming privacy, then performing a gesture that she clearly understands has significance, requires situational awareness, impulse control, and the ability to reason about other people's perceptions. These are not capacities associated with infants. They are capacities associated with someone who understands what has happened and has decided that secrecy is the correct response. The Longest Daycare, the theatrical short film released in 2012 that received an Academy Award nomination, is 7 minutes of Maggie demonstrating problem-solving that would be impressive in an adult. She is dropped at a daycare center with authoritarian efficiency and discovers a caterpillar that a bully intends to destroy. What follows is a multi-step rescue operation conducted by a baby who cannot walk without falling over. She reads the environment for obstacles and opportunities. She identifies threats and neutralizes them sequentially. She develops and executes plans that require spatial reasoning, timing, and the ability to predict other people's behavior. She does all of this without language, without tools, and while physically limited to the motor capacity of a 1-year-old. Her intelligence has been tested directly in certain episodes, and the results vary, but the pattern is consistent. Maggie is extraordinary. The show measures her capabilities and then moves on without making a thing of it, which is itself part of the mystery. The family consistently fails to notice what is happening in the background. The theory about why Maggie stays silent is the most compelling part of this mystery. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is a genius. She has the highest IQ in the household and arguably the highest in Springfield. She uses her intelligence visibly. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room because she is. And the room's consistent response is to dismiss her, ignore her, mock her, or find ways to undercut what she is saying. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest curse, as much as her greatest gift, because she wears it on the outside. Springfield punishes that. Maggie has watched this her entire life. She has observed her sister fight constantly for recognition and receive almost nothing in return. She has watched the most capable person in the family be systematically undervalued by everyone around her. And Maggie, who the theory suggests is at least as intelligent as Lisa and possibly more so, drew a different conclusion from the same evidence. Silence is protection. Invisibility is armor. The less they see you, the more you can do. Every remarkable thing Maggie has ever accomplished has happened below the radar. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused everywhere except the baby. Because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants carefully enough to see them organizing. When Maggie saves her family, it happens in the margins, in the spaces where the adults have already stopped paying attention. Maggie has constructed the most effective possible disguise. She presents as what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, dependent, quiet. She is none of those things. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family, and she has spent 36 years ensuring that nobody figures that out. The question the show has been deferring for 36 years is what Maggie is waiting for. What is she building toward? What is she planning? The show has never answered this, and the absence of an answer is itself part of the mystery. Every other character has a clear trajectory, even if it never resolves. Maggie's endgame is genuinely unknown. She shot a man, she led a rebellion, she solved problems that stumped adults. She has been watching everything and remembering everything and processing everything since the day she was born. And she has said almost nothing. When she finally decides to speak, when she finally reveals what has been accumulating behind that blank baby stare, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will, because that is exactly how she designed it. Mystery 13. The Mona Simpson Conspiracy. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact of his history. His father, Abe, had told him she passed away when he was young. There was a grave. Homer had grown up with the understanding that he was a boy whose mother had died and whose father was too emotionally distant to fill the void she left. This shapes Homer in ways that run through every part of his personality. His desperate need for approval, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to endure humiliation rather than risk losing the stability of his family, his compulsive need to be liked. Homer Simpson's entire emotional architecture is a structure built around a loss. Season 7 introduced an episode called Mother Simpson that is widely considered one of the greatest in the show's history. Homer visits the Hall of Records to correct an error and discovers that his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers at all. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been pointing his son at a famous writer's headstone for Homer's entire life as a substitute for the real story. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery. They reunite after 27 years, and Mona tells him the truth about why she left. In 1969, Mona was a housewife in Springfield. She had a young son named Homer. She had a husband named Abe. She was ordinary. And then she became radicalized, connected to a group of activists who targeted a specific facility in Springfield. Not the nuclear plant, though that would come later. A biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. He was not only building a nuclear power plant in Springfield. He was manufacturing weaponized pathogens in the same community where families were living, where children were playing, where Homer was growing up. Mona and her group broke into the lab and destroyed the biological agent stored there. During the raid, she made a mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the chaos. That someone was Burns. He saw her face. He reported her to the FBI. And from that night forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night for 27 years. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. And he spent the next 3 decades believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather abandon than raise. When Mona comes back in season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window and calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to run again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother a second time, and this time he knows who forced her out. Here is the thing that the show drops and never fully picks up. The man who signs Homer's paycheck is the same man who destroyed his family. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his living from the person who drove his mother underground, who stole his childhood, who is responsible for the emotional architecture of deprivation that defines who Homer is. And Homer does not connect the dots in any meaningful way. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not seem to fully process that these two facts, Burns ruined my mother's life and Burns is my employer, belong in the same sentence. The show plays this as tragedy. Homer's brain does not work the way it would need to work in order to make this connection. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion in Springfield's contaminated environment. He is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. The conspiracy gets deeper in a later season when it is revealed that Burns struck a deal with Abe Simpson. Burns had committed a crime. Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant regardless of performance, regardless of errors, regardless of anything. Homer's job security, which has always seemed like a cartoon convenience, was actually a contract between his father and his mother's persecutor, brokered in silence, maintained in secret, and never explained to Homer, because explaining it would require explaining everything else. Homer's continued employment at the plant is not a running gag. It is a consequence of a deal made between two men, neither of whom told Homer the truth, that ensures the most incompetent safety inspector in the facility's history remains at his post, keeping violations undocumented, keeping regulators satisfied, keeping the reactor running and the poison flowing. Burns did not just take Homer's mother. He took the version of Homer who could have understood what was happening to him. He engineered the conditions that produced the specific kind of Homer he needed. Compliant, grateful, incapable of resistance, terrified of abandonment above all else. Homer's mother was a woman who fought back against Burns and paid for it with 27 years of exile. Homer's father made a deal with Burns and paid for it with a lifetime of secrets. Homer inherited both debts without knowing either existed and spent his entire adult life working for the creditor. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Homer sat beside her, held her hand, and watched her go. The show did not reach for a joke. It did not cut away. It let the scene be what it was. A man who barely knew his mother, sitting with her at the end of the life that her fight against Burns had taken from both of them. Burns won that one. He almost always wins. Section 4. Tier 4. Hard to explain away. Mystery 14. How is Mr. Burns still alive? Charles Montgomery Burns is the show's primary villain, its most consistent antagonist, its resident billionaire in a universe where the damage caused by concentrated wealth is one of the show's central themes. He is also, by any reasonable reading of the show's own continuity, somewhere between 100 and 140 years old. His age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has described personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as first-hand experiences. He served in World War II, which ended 80 years ago. He attended Yale. He has described the Gilded Age not as a period of history, but as the era of his young adulthood. He knew Howard Hughes personally. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is over 100 years old. By the most liberal reading of the contradictory timeline, he may be approaching 140. And he does not just exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with strategic ruthlessness that no one in Springfield can match. He manipulates municipal politics, orchestrates complex schemes, demonstrates a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is frail almost to the point of comedy. His physical strength is nearly non-existent, but his mind remains sharp in ways that should be impossible for a person of his age under any normal biological circumstances. The show addresses his survival directly in the episode The Springfield Files, when Homer sees a glowing figure in the woods near the nuclear plant and the town concludes it must be an extraterrestrial visitor. The truth turns out to be something more interesting. The figure is Burns, who has just completed his weekly medical treatment. The treatment is so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy, that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow for a period afterward. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Without it, he dies. Miss one appointment. The margin for error is 0. Burns is not surviving through natural biological processes. He is being maintained artificially through a weekly intervention that must be administered on a precise schedule. His life is managed the way a machine is managed, scheduled servicing at regular intervals, with catastrophic consequences for any missed appointment. The treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his biological functions. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. He requires external radiation input, the way other humans require food and water. The Three Stooges scene is one of the most quoted in the show's history. Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science simultaneously. Every single one, present in his body at the same time, existing in a state of perfect equilibrium in which each illness cancels out all the others. The doctor uses the analogy of 3 people trying to fit through a doorway at once. None of them can get through. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him simultaneously, and because they are all present at once, they create a gridlock that prevents any single illness from gaining dominance. The doctor's conclusion is that Burns is the sickest man in America, but functionally indestructible. Within the radiation theory, this equilibrium is not natural. The weekly treatments maintain it. They do not cure the diseases. They keep every illness in precisely calibrated stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from overwhelming the others. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and the weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Smithers is a central figure in this mystery. He manages Burns's schedule with the obsessive precision of someone who understands that a missed appointment is a death sentence. He monitors Burns's physical condition continuously. He ensures every weekly treatment happens on time. The show has established that if Smithers were ever removed from his position, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, physically helpless. Smithers is not just a devoted assistant. He is the logistics coordinator of Burns's survival, and he knows it. The devotion has practical stakes. If Smithers stops doing his job, Burns is dead within a week. Burns's connection to historical events across more than a century raises the question of whether his survival is unique or whether the Burns family has always found ways to extend their lifespans beyond normal limits. The dynasty predates the Industrial Revolution. The family has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity requires more than ordinary luck. It requires systems. And if the current Burns has survived into his 2nd century through medical technology built around radiation, what were the previous Burns patriarchs using? The show does not answer this, but it establishes that the Burns family has always been this way, ancient, wealthy, operating above the normal consequences that life imposes on everyone else. The rules do not apply to them because they have the resources to make their own rules. Burns is not immortal. He is something more practical. He is too expensive to die. Mystery 15. The Springfield Contamination Theory. This is where we move from the interesting and the strange into territory that is harder to dismiss. The theory that the Springfield nuclear power plant is literally mutating the town's residents has been visible in the show since the earliest seasons. The evidence is canonical, the implications are staggering, and the most remarkable thing about it is that the show has been presenting this evidence openly for 36 years without anyone in Springfield ever stopping to put it together. The plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility owned and operated by Burns. It is the primary source of electrical power for the town. It is, by any reasonable measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in fiction. A surprise safety inspection found 342 violations. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million, and Burns refused to spend it. Not because the money was unavailable, he is a billionaire many times over. Because fixing the problems would mean admitting they existed, and admitting they existed would mean someone might start asking what those problems had already done to the people living nearby. The violations are not administrative paperwork failures. Radioactive waste has been dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste has been dumped onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium has been used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Cooling towers have been patched with chewing gum. Luminescent rats run through the facility's maintenance passages. And, in one of the details the show delivers and then never revisits, there are human skeletons in the basement. Human bones in the basement of a functioning nuclear reactor. The show does not explain who those people were or how they died there. It shows you the bones and moves the scene forward. The safety inspector responsible for preventing all of this is Homer Simpson. A man the show's own creator has described as having an IQ of 55. A man who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. A man who sleeps at his workstation and eats snacks during meltdown warnings. This is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe, and he has been failing at that job for over 3 decades. The first visible mutation appeared in Season 2. Blinky, the three-eyed fish, caught in a river near the plant, became national news within the show. A gubernatorial candidate used Blinky as evidence that Burns was poisoning the environment. Burns was forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it was harmless. The town watched, shrugged, and moved on. Nobody tested the water. Nobody asked what the same contamination might be doing to the people who were drinking from the same river. The answer was available in Season 8. In the Springfield Files, the episode that resolved the apparent alien sighting, Burns was revealed to be undergoing weekly radiation treatments so intensive that they caused his body to emit visible light. He wandered through the woods in a dazed, glowing state after each session. The people of Springfield saw a glowing figure in the forest and concluded it must be an alien, because the idea of radiation causing bioluminescence was further from their minds than interstellar visitors. That is the depth of the denial. Burns literally glows and the town concludes, alien. Not radiation, not the plant that dominates their skyline and employs half the town. Alien. In the Simpsons movie, the evidence reaches its most explicit form. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency determines the town must be sealed under a dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. The United States government officially classifies Springfield as an environmental hazard. The town is not just polluted, it is a containment zone. And the people inside it, every single resident who has been drinking the water, breathing the air, and living downwind of those cracked cooling towers for decades, are still inside when the dome goes up. Now look at the residents themselves. Homer has a skull shape that defies human biology, bulging eyes, 4 fingers on each hand, an IQ so low it qualifies as a clinical disability, and a capacity to absorb physical trauma that would kill any normal person multiple times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, been hit by cars, survived explosions. His healing rate is not human. His pain tolerance is not human. And he has worked inside a nuclear facility in direct proximity to an active reactor core for his entire adult life. Marge has the same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands, hair that defies gravity and physics, maintaining an identical tower shape for 36 years. She was briefly employed at the plant herself, exposed to the same violations, the same leaking radiation. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water and breathing the same air, every one of them displaying physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin. The yellow skin is the detail that anchors the theory. Every resident of Springfield has it. Not 1 or 2 characters. Every single person who lives in this town. And when celebrities visit Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside, they do not have yellow skin. Their proportions are more natural. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. The drawing style for outsiders is measurably different from the drawing style for Springfield residents. The production explanation is that guest stars are drawn to resemble the real people they represent. But within the show's own logic, there is a visible, observable distinction between people who live inside the contamination zone and people who do not. The people inside look mutated. The people outside look normal. Burns has always known this. He understands radiation better than anyone in Springfield because radiation is literally keeping him alive. He has the resources, the infrastructure, the pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental treatments. He knows what his plant is doing to the town because the town is his laboratory. And Homer's continued employment is not negligence or forgetfulness. It is strategic. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was assess the cost of bringing the facility up to code and nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down within a week. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them: the physical abnormalities of the residents, the supernatural healing capacity of certain characters, the cognitive impairment that prevents the population from questioning their situation, the way the town resets after catastrophic events, as if the collective memory has been wiped. The detail about Homer having a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, which reduced his cognitive function significantly, reads differently when you consider the possibility that Springfield's medical establishment is compromised, that the doctors are looking the other way while radiation erodes their patients' neurological function, because Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns. Homer chose stupidity when he had the crayon removed and his IQ skyrocketed. He saw Springfield clearly for the first time and could not bear what he saw. So he put the crayon back. He chose the fog. But the fog was not a random accident. The fog was engineered, and every resident of Springfield is breathing it. Section 5. Tier 5 disturbing if true. Mystery 16. Homer's coma. On the 1st of April 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. Bart plays increasingly escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer, culminating in taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it in an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion sends him to the hospital. While recovering in his hospital bed, he tries to get a candy bar from the vending machine across the room. The machine tips over and crushes him. Homer flatlines and enters a clinically verified coma that lasts 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart confesses tearfully at his bedside. Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything returns to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But the episode also informs us, in its final moments, that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone permanently. And Homer's response to being told he has sustained irreversible brain damage is to laugh, even though he says he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The episode ends and the show continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory, the single most popular, most debated, and most internally consistent fan theory in the history of the show. Its basic premise is simple. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every guest appearance, every impossible event, every president Homer has met, and every country he has visited, and every job he has worked, all of it is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him. The evidence begins with the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. The storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking, Marge considers an affair, Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a grade. These are domestic problems told through satirical lenses, but they are rooted in situations real families actually experience. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure. The emotional core was built on relatability. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is alive and is a fugitive radical. Homer meets God. Not once, but twice. The show shifts from a family sitcom with realistic emotional grounding to something else entirely. A show where the protagonist has met multiple presidents, traveled through dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended hundreds of celebrities, and survived physical trauma that would kill a platoon of soldiers. The escalation is so dramatic and so consistent that even casual viewers who have never heard of the coma theory have noticed the shift. The internet has been arguing about when the show went wrong for 20 years. The coma theory's answer is precise. The Simpsons did not go wrong. Homer's brain got worse. Each season is less grounded than the last because the dreaming mind generating the simulation is losing coherence as the coma continues. The detail that makes the theory haunting rather than merely interesting is what happened 6 months before the coma episode. In the Season 4 premiere, Homer the Heretic, Homer has an actual conversation with God, a face-to-face exchange. And during that conversation, God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life but not yet. God tells Homer that his time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is exact. God told Homer his waking life was nearly over. And 6 months later, it ended. What the show presents as a quirky theological gag reads under the coma theory as a prophecy. God was telling Homer something true, in the way that presages often work. Vague enough to be deniable, specific enough to be recognized in retrospect. The aging problem is the single piece of evidence that the coma theory handles most elegantly. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge look exactly as they did in 1989. Every other theory about this phenomenon involves complex explanations about mutation, or cartoon logic, or collective denial. The coma theory has the simplest and most emotionally devastating answer. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children do not age. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His wife does not age because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly like that. His friends do not change because his memory of them is fixed at the moment before the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it, because that is what comas do to the mind. They freeze the world at the last conscious moment. The celebrity appearances in later seasons, which became increasingly frequent and increasingly diverse, make sense under this reading. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital room, is receiving ambient stimuli from the environment. Sounds from the television in the room, voices from conversations at his bedside, fragments of radio and overheard noise. The dreaming brain processes these fragments and incorporates them into the simulation. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a dream character by a mind trying to maintain the coherence of the world it has constructed. The later seasons are flooded with guest appearances, not because Springfield became a celebrity magnet, but because Homer's brain has been absorbing more external media as the years pass, and each fragment becomes another face in the dream. The show itself acknowledged the theory. In a season 34 episode, a deliberately created fake deleted scene was released in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, revealing that all the outlandish episodes had been a dream. This was officially described as a scene planted by hackers, a hoax. But the writers created it. They animated it. They put it out into the world, knowing exactly what they were doing, and then denied it. The denial came wrapped inside content that explicitly depicted the theory being true. They showed you the answer and told you it was a joke, which is exactly the kind of thing a system built on denial would do. Al Jean, the executive producer, addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true, but what he did not address was the tonal shift. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain the aging freeze. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and disconnected from reality with each passing season, exactly as you would expect from a dream being generated by a deteriorating brain. He said it was not true. The interviewer moved on, and the evidence continued to accumulate. The fans did not move on because the theory does something no official explanation has ever done. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly impossible plots, the reset button, the fact that Homer can survive anything because his body is in a hospital bed and only his mind is in Springfield. His mind cannot kill him because his mind is telling the story. Here is the part that stays with you. If the coma theory is true, the emotional core of The Simpsons is not a comedy. It is something much quieter and much sadder. Homer's deepest, most desperate wish is simple enough to break your heart. He wants his family. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous 10-year-old. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone in the room down the hall. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in one arm. He wants the house on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. In the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he wants. His family preserved exactly as he knew them. His children never growing older. His wife never leaving. His life never ending. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only version of heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The theory does not ruin the show. It transforms every episode into something else entirely. A love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. Every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, it is not lazy writing. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, Homer has to wake up. And waking up means confronting how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting beside the bed. Or it means not waking up at all. Section 6. Tier 6. The mysteries that change everything. Mystery 17. The floating timeline as intentional trap. We have now spent considerable time on the individual mysteries, the specific theories, the particular evidence. But there is a mystery that sits underneath all of them. One that does not belong to any single episode or character or storyline. One that is structural rather than narrative. Why does time not pass in Springfield? The industry term for what the show uses is a floating timeline. The present is always the viewer's present. When the episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1989, they were living in 1989. The year changes, the technology changes, the references change, the characters remain the same age they were at the beginning. It is a common convention for long-running animated shows, and most people accept it without much thought. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so large they have started to damage the internal reality of the show. Homer and Marge's backstory has been rewritten 4 times, each version placing their formative years in a different decade, because the math requires revision every few years. Characters reference historical events in ways that are mutually incompatible. The show acknowledges its own continuity inconsistencies through joke references that have the double function of winking at the audience and hoping nobody looks too hard. Most explanations of the floating timeline treat it as a production necessity. Long-running animated shows cannot age their characters in real time because the show would eventually run out of childhood to depict. The floating timeline is the mechanism that allows a show about a family to run indefinitely. But something about The Simpsons' particular use of the floating timeline deserves closer examination, because the show has actually shown us what it would look like if time passed in Springfield. It has done this multiple times. The Season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding flashes forward to show Lisa at 23, engaged, having become exactly the person the show always suggested she would be. Brilliant, principled, searching for connection in a world that cannot quite contain her. The future is specific, emotionally rich, beautifully rendered. The show can imagine its characters growing up. It is entirely capable of telling those stories, and then it does not. The flash forward is a single episode, a glimpse, a door that opens briefly and then closes, and Lisa is 8 again, and Bart is 10, and the permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. That distinction matters. There is a reading of the floating timeline that goes beyond production practicality. The Simpson family is, as the show is well aware, more than just a fictional household. They are the American family. the most iconic version of that concept that television has produced. They have held that position for longer than any other fictional household in the medium's history. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must remain middle-aged. Marge must remain patient. Bart must remain rebellious. Lisa must remain idealistic. Maggie must remain silent. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart turns 11 and goes to college and Lisa moves away and Maggie begins talking and Homer finally retires and Marge stands alone in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy. It becomes the story of a family that ran out of time. And America does not want that story. America wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together and the house always looks the same. The floating timeline is not a storytelling device. It is a wish. The show's creators wished it on behalf of every viewer who ever watched the opening credits and felt something. Something like recognition. Something like home. We trapped The Simpsons in the loop. We pressed pause in 1989, when the show began. And every time we have tuned in for 36 years, we have been pressing pause again. We are the ones who will not let the clock move. Because if the clock moves, the family grows up. And if the family grows up, the show ends. And the show ending means acknowledging that the years have passed in the real world too, that the people who watched the pilot as children are now middle-aged, that the couch they sat on is gone, that the world has changed in ways that cannot be reversed. As long as The Simpsons is on, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and the donut is being eaten and the couch is being crashed into, those years feel suspended. The family never changes, so we never have to acknowledge how much we have. The floating timeline is the loop, and the loop belongs to us as much as it belongs to the characters inside it. Mystery 18. Springfield's collective denial as operating system. Pull every theory in this script together and something emerges underneath them all. A common mechanism that makes every individual mystery possible. Springfield's residents are not stupid. They are not simply ignorant. They have made a decision, the kind of decision that does not need to be discussed to be shared, about what they will and will not acknowledge. The collective denial of Springfield is not a failure of individual intelligence. It is a social system, a community-wide agreement about the shape of reality, maintained with the same consistency that a legal system maintains law. The three-eyed fish was caught in 1990 and forgotten by 1991. The dome went up over the entire town and was treated as a temporary inconvenience. Burns has glowed in the dark, been identified as an alien, been shot by an infant, and returned to his desk the following week. Homer has survived events that should have killed him dozens of times, and nobody has ever sat down and asked what is happening to this man's body. The principal of the elementary school turned out to have been living under a stolen identity for 20 years, and the town's official response was to criminalize the truth and exile the person who brought it. The pattern is consistent. When something happens that would require Springfield to confront the reality of its situation, the town forgets it. Not through stupidity, through the specific kind of willed amnesia that communities develop when the truth is more dangerous than the fiction. Think about what the truth would require. If the residents acknowledged the radiation, they would have to confront the plant. If they confronted the plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy collapses, because the town's entire infrastructure is built around the power plant, and the power plant belongs to him. If the economy collapses, the town dies. So the residents do not confront the plant. They develop a social contract that says certain things are not mentioned, certain questions are not asked, certain evidence is not pursued. The Principal and the Pauper episode is the only moment in the show's history where this contract is made explicit. You can watch the vote. You can watch the legal decree. You can watch the truth being expelled from the community with the machinery of civic authority. Every other instance of Springfield's collective amnesia happens quietly, between episodes, in the unexamined space where the show does not show its work. This episode shows the work. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Every reset becomes evidence of the contract being renewed. Every forgotten catastrophe becomes evidence of the vote being taken again, informally, through the shared understanding that this is not something Springfield discusses. The coma theory connects here in a way that is genuinely troubling. If Homer is dreaming, then he invented Springfield's collective denial because he needs it. He needs to believe that the fiction can replace the reality indefinitely. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become real through collective agreement, that the fake version of a life can substitute for the real one and eventually nobody will notice the difference. Because his coma is exactly that, a fake life replacing a real one. A dream masquerading as existence. And as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain its fictions, Homer never has to wake up. The mechanisms reinforce each other. The radiation impairs the cognitive function required for critical thinking. The impaired critical thinking prevents residents from recognizing the radiation's effects. The collective denial prevents anyone who does notice from being able to speak about it. Burns owns the economic infrastructure that makes questioning the situation dangerous. The town's geography ensures no external regulatory authority can establish consistent jurisdiction. The result is a closed system that maintains itself indefinitely. Springfield is not quirky. Springfield is not eccentric. Springfield is a community that has been broken and has built its identity around the break, has made the break functional, has turned the absence of truth into the architecture of daily life. Section 7. Deeper Mysteries. The characters we thought we knew. Mystery 19. Bart Simpson's Darkness. Bart Simpson was introduced as a rebel, the bad boy of American animation, a character who existed to do the things that television in 1989 absolutely should not have allowed. He skateboarded. He was insubordinate. He disrespected authority as a matter of principle. He was, in the early years of the show, genuinely countercultural in a way that upset enough parents to become a cultural flashpoint. But there is something underneath Bart's rebellion that the show has been building slowly across 36 seasons and has never fully named. Bart is not simply a bad kid. Bart is a kid who has concluded, through a perfectly rational analysis of the evidence available to him, that the systems he is supposed to respect are not worth respecting. His school is underfunded and run by a man who turns out not to be who he says he is. His government is openly corrupt. The richest man in his town poisons the water, and nobody does anything about it. His father is cognitively impaired and emotionally volatile. His mother is patient almost to a pathological degree. His sister is brilliant and lonely and unable to change anything despite her intelligence. And every time something genuinely catastrophic happens in Springfield, by the next episode, everyone has forgotten it, and the situation is exactly as it was. Bart has been watching this for 10 years, in the eternal present of Springfield's floating timeline, and he has made a reasonable decision. If the rules do not work, why follow them? His pranks, his insubordination, his defiance are not the random misbehavior of a child without direction. They are a coherent, philosophical position about a system that has given him no reason to trust it. The show has explored this in several episodes that stand apart from the comedy of Bart's usual behavior. There are moments where Bart is allowed to be genuinely good at something, where his intelligence and creativity emerge fully, where the character the show occasionally hints at becomes visible. He tutors a struggling student and discovers he is a natural teacher. He leads groups of peers with easy charisma. He solves problems with quick, lateral thinking that his father, for all his goodness of heart, could never manage. And in each of these episodes, the discovery is made and then filed away. The show does not build on Bart's potential because the floating timeline prevents it. He returns to being 10 years old and misbehaving at Springfield Elementary, and the teacher he might have been, the leader he might have become, is set aside until the next episode that needs him to be something more than a punchline. The coma theory has a specific reading of Bart. If Homer is dreaming his family, then Bart is Homer's most complex creation. Because Homer and Bart have a relationship built on contradiction, they are endlessly at each other's throats. Homer strangling Bart is the show's most repeated physical gag, and yet they love each other with a completeness that the show returns to whenever it wants to be genuinely emotional. In the dream, Bart is the son Homer wants, and the son Homer cannot stop frustrating. He is Homer's best self and worst self simultaneously. The boy Homer wished he had been and the boy Homer never was. In the dream, Bart cannot age or change because Homer needs him frozen at the moment of maximum possibility. 10 years old is the age when everything is still ahead, when the rebellion might become something, when the potential has not yet narrowed into an outcome. Homer's dreaming mind cannot let Bart turn 11 because 11 means a direction has been chosen and some roads have been foreclosed. The darkness in Bart is the darkness of potential that will never be allowed to resolve. He is frozen at the moment just before becoming. Mystery 20. Lisa Simpson's impossible loneliness. Lisa Simpson is the show's conscience. She has been the clearest voice for decency, justice, environmental awareness, intellectual rigor, and moral consistency in the show since the very beginning. She reads, she plays the saxophone. She is the only person in Springfield who consistently tries to make things better. She is also the most isolated character in the show's regular cast, and the show has been honest about this in ways that are genuinely affecting. Lisa is too intelligent for Springfield. She sees the contamination and cannot explain why nobody else does. She identifies the corruption and cannot make anyone else care. She understands the mechanisms that keep the town broken and cannot dismantle them. Her intelligence does not help her change anything. It only helps her understand what cannot be changed, which is in many ways worse than not understanding it. The show has depicted Lisa's future in flash-forward episodes, and the picture is consistent. She grows up. She becomes more of what she already is. Brilliant, principled, lonely, searching for connection in a world that respects what she represents, but does not know how to live alongside it. She is admired. She is not loved easily. The qualities that make her exceptional also make her difficult to be close to, and the people who might have been capable of it are rare. The question the show has never answered, because the floating timeline prevents it from resolving, is whether Lisa eventually finds what she is looking for. Does she find the community she cannot find in Springfield? Does she find the connection her intelligence has always made difficult? The flash-forward episodes suggest she does, partially, in fits and starts. But the permanent present always closes the door on those glimpses. Within the coma theory, Lisa is the most heartbreaking element. If Homer is dreaming, then Lisa is the daughter he knows he is losing even in the dream. She is already reaching toward a future he cannot follow her into. She is already, at 8 years old, moving toward the person she will become, and the dream can feel that trajectory even if it cannot complete it. Homer makes Lisa brilliant in the dream because that is the version of her that fills him with the most pride. But the dream also makes her lonely because Homer knows, somewhere beneath the coma, that the brilliant daughter is the one most likely to leave. The saxophone is the detail that matters. Lisa plays constantly. The show uses her music as an emotional shorthand, a signal that the scene is about to mean something. And in the coma reading, the saxophone is the sound Homer is listening for. The sound that tells him his daughter is still in the house. Still close, still his. As long as Lisa is playing, Homer does not have to wake up and find the house empty. Mystery 21. Marge Simpson's suppression. Marge Bouvier met Homer Simpson in high school and has been devoted to him across however many decades the floating timeline requires. She has been patient through his disasters, his stupidity, his indifference, his periodic emotional cruelty, his repeated failures as a provider and partner. She has been, in the show's running argument about Homer's character, the thing that makes him worth something, the reason he is more than he appears to be. But the show has also been slowly building a case that Marge's patience is its own form of damage. She is not simply a devoted wife. She has demonstrated, in episodes where the show allows her to be something other than Homer's anchor, that she is capable of more than her domestic role contains. She was a police officer. She was a real estate agent. She was a painter whose work attracted genuine critical attention. She was a successful bowler. In each of these episodes, Marge discovers a capacity for independence and competence that her life at home does not require and does not reward. And in each of these episodes, she returns to the house on Evergreen Terrace, to the 3 children and the indestructible husband. And the episode ends. The show presents this as Marge's choice and respects it. She chooses her family. That is her value system. But the accumulation of these episodes tells a slightly different story. Marge keeps being shown that she is capable of something beyond what she does, and she keeps choosing not to pursue it. At a certain point, a repeated choice becomes a pattern, and a pattern invites examination. The most unsettling episode in the Marge canon is the one where she is diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive tendencies around domesticity and order. The show frames this as a health issue and treats it briefly before moving on. But the implication lingers. Marge's investment in maintaining the home, keeping the family together, sustaining the impossible equilibrium of a household built around Homer's chaos, is intense enough to be clinically significant. Is Marge's devotion a choice, or is it a compulsion? Is she staying because she wants to, or because she has built her entire identity around the role of staying, and leaving would require dismantling not just a marriage but a self? The show does not answer this, and the floating timeline prevents it from ever resolving. Marge stays because Marge always stays. The simulation requires her to stay. In the coma reading, she is the fixed point around which the dream organizes itself. Homer can survive anything, endure anything, do anything, and Marge will still be there. That is the contract the dream has with itself. That is the thing Homer's unconscious mind cannot imagine otherwise. Whether Marge's patience is a virtue or a symptom may be the quietest and most persistent mystery the show has ever posed. Mystery 22. Abe Simpson and the Weight of Secrets. Abraham Simpson is, on the surface, the show's most reliable source of rambling non sequiturs. He is old. He is confused. He makes speeches that begin with historical relevance and end somewhere completely unrelated to where they started. He is the comedy of senility and displacement, a man the modern world has left behind, trying to connect with grandchildren who cannot understand him. But the secrets Abe carries are heavier than the show usually acknowledges. He lied to Homer about his mother for over 25 years. He showed his son a poet's grave and told him it was his mother's. He maintained this lie across decades, watching Homer grow up believing he was a boy whose mother had died, allowing his son to build an entire emotional architecture around a loss that was not real because the truth was more complicated and Abe was not capable of telling it. He also made a deal with Burns. Burns had committed a crime, Abe discovered it, and rather than expose it, Abe traded his silence for Homer's job security. He made a contract with the man who had driven his wife into exile, ensuring that the connection between Homer and his mother's persecutor would be maintained indefinitely, institutionalized through employment, hidden inside a paycheck. Abe made both of these choices and then lived with them for decades, telling neither Homer nor anyone else. The rambling old man in the retirement home is carrying decades of complicity. The confusion the show attributes to age and displacement has another possible reading. Abe is a man who knows too much and has spent too long not saying it, and the weight of that has reorganized his mind around avoidance. The most affecting moments involving Abe are the ones where the show briefly sets aside the comedy and lets him speak directly. There are rare episodes where Abe is allowed to be lucid, present, genuinely engaged with the reality of what his family is and what he contributed to making it. In those moments, the show reveals that the rambling is a choice as much as a condition. It is easier to be the confused old man who cannot finish a sentence than to be the man who has to explain what he did. The mystery of Abe Simpson is the mystery of the generation that preceded Homer's damage. The question of whether the corruption began with Burns or whether the Simpsons were already broken before Burns ever got involved. Abe's secrets made Burns's control possible. The deal he struck is what keeps Homer at the plant. Whether that makes Abe complicit or simply human, a frightened old man who made a bad trade in a moment when he did not see the full picture, is a question the show leaves deliberately open. Section 8. Springfield's Dark Infrastructure. Mystery 23. Fat Tony and the Springfield Underworld. Springfield has organized crime. This is not a background detail. It is an established, recurring feature of the show's reality, treated with the same matter-of-fact acceptance as the nuclear plant or the corrupt municipal government. Fat Tony DiMaggio runs the Springfield mob with a kind of courtly professionalism that the show depicts as almost charming, a man of manners operating in a business that has no manners, whose personal warmth and respect for tradition make him more likable than the legitimate authorities he operates alongside. The mystery is not that organized crime exists in Springfield. The mystery is how deeply it is integrated into the town's functioning systems. Fat Tony has business relationships with essentially every institution in Springfield. He is the primary supplier of certain goods to the school system, the hospital, and the city government. He has an understanding with Mayor Quimby that is depicted as long-standing and mutually beneficial. He has interacted with Burns on terms of relative equality, which is notable given how far below everyone else Burns typically positions the world. He has operated in Springfield for what appears to be decades without any sustained interference from law enforcement, partly because law enforcement in Springfield is comically incompetent, and partly because law enforcement in Springfield is also partly on his payroll. The show has explored this integration in episodes that examine what happens when Fat Tony's operation is disrupted. When legitimate commerce attempts to enter Springfield in categories that Fat Tony controls, the conflict that follows reveals how much of the town's functioning depends on his organization remaining intact. He is not simply a criminal operating in a legitimate town. He is part of the town's infrastructure, providing services through channels that the legitimate system either cannot or will not provide. The deeper mystery is what this tells us about Springfield as a system. Every institution of legitimate authority in the town is either corrupt, compromised, or so underfunded as to be effectively non-functional. The police department is led by Wiggum, who is enthusiastically incompetent. The government is run by Mayor Quimby, whose corruption is both total and completely open, barely even pretending to be hidden. The school is perpetually underfunded, its budget raided whenever Burns or the government needs money from somewhere. The hospital operates with equipment and practices that would be alarming in any real healthcare context. In the vacuum created by these failures, organized crime provides a kind of stability. It is not legitimate stability. It is not good stability. But it is consistent, which is more than the official institutions manage. Fat Tony's operation has rules, hierarchies, and reliable consequences for behavior. In a town where the official rules are applied selectively and the consequences for violation depend entirely on who you are and how much money you have, this has a certain grim utility. The question the show raises without answering is whether Springfield could function without the mob, whether the legitimate institutions would rise to fill the gap, or whether the gap is too large and the institutions too damaged, and without Fat Tony's parallel system, significant portions of the town would simply not work. Within the broader conspiracy reading of Springfield, organized crime is another layer of control. Burns has the economic power and the industrial infrastructure. Quimby has the political machinery. Fat Tony has the streets. Together, they form a complete network of competing and sometimes collaborating interests that between them cover every category of authority in the town. There is no institution that is not controlled by one of these three forces, or at least deeply entangled with them. The residents of Springfield are not just contaminated and cognitively impaired. They are governed, from above and below and sideways, by systems that have aligned around the goal of maintaining their own existence at the expense of the people they nominally serve. Mystery 24. Mayor Quimby and the Political Machine. Joseph Fitzgerald O'Malley Fitzpatrick O'Brien, The Simpsons is not subtle about the character's inspirations, has been the mayor of Springfield for the entire run of the show. In a functioning democracy, the consistent presence of one political figure across 36 years would be remarkable. In Springfield, it is simply what has happened. Quimby is corrupt in every dimension the show explores. He takes bribes as a matter of routine administrative practice. He redirects public funds to personal and political purposes without any particular effort at concealment. He has mob connections. He conducts affairs openly enough that his wife appears to have accepted them as a condition of their arrangement. He manipulates public opinion through crises he either creates or allows to worsen for political effect. What makes Quimby interesting as a mystery rather than simply as a satirical device is his relationship with the other power centers in Springfield. He is not Burns's puppet exactly, though Burns exerts considerable influence over him. He is not Fat Tony's front, though Tony has leverage over him. He occupies a position that all three parties find mutually useful, a visible authority figure who provides the appearance of democratic governance while ensuring that neither of the other interests is significantly inconvenienced. The residents of Springfield vote for Quimby repeatedly, across decades. The show has depicted several election cycles, and the result is always the same. Quimby wins, or his opponent loses under circumstances that Quimby's administration has arranged. The population that cannot remember the dome being dropped on their town, that forgot about the three-eyed fish, that decided to keep the fake Skinner, also keeps electing the openly corrupt mayor. This fits perfectly with the collective denial theory. The residents of Springfield have agreed to accept Quimby as a background condition of their reality, the way they have accepted the yellow skin and the four fingers and the nuclear plant that may be poisoning them. Quimby is the shape of authority in Springfield. Noticing his corruption would require noticing too much else. The deeper mystery is what Springfield's political infrastructure would look like if the denial system failed. If the residents genuinely reckoned with Quimby's decades of corruption and chose differently, would the town's underlying power structure accommodate the change? Or is the official government a performance, a visible surface whose outcomes are predetermined by the actual distribution of power between Burns, Fat Tony, and whatever informal alliances exist between them? The show suggests the latter without stating it outright. Every time a reform candidate appears, something happens. The machinery of the town redirects. The crisis changes. The candidate is discredited or distracted, or the issue disappears from public consciousness by the following episode. Not through any visible conspiracy, through the accumulated inertia of a system that has learned to protect itself. Mystery 25. Sideshow Bob and the Question of Springfield's Justice. Robert Terwilliger, known to Springfield as Sideshow Bob, is the show's most recurring antagonist after Burns, and possibly its most interesting character in terms of what his existence reveals about Springfield's institutional systems. Bob has attempted to murder Bart Simpson on numerous occasions. He has attempted to murder other characters as well, including large numbers of people in episodes that escalate his ambitions from personal vendetta to mass casualty events. He has escaped from prison, violated parole, infiltrated the witness protection program, and managed to get himself elected mayor of Springfield at one point through a ballot stuffing scheme. And he has been released from prison, over and over again. Despite the track record, despite the repeated offenses, despite the pattern being completely clear and completely documented, the criminal justice system of Springfield keeps letting Sideshow Bob back into circulation. The show treats this as a running joke. In reality, as a consistent pattern across decades, it is something else. The mystery is what the pattern reveals about Springfield's justice system. The answer appears to be that the system is not designed to protect people. It is designed to process cases. Bob commits a crime, is caught by the efforts of Bart and the rest of the family, is tried and convicted, serves some portion of his sentence, and is released. The victims of his crimes, particularly Bart, have no meaningful protection from repeat victimization. The system's relationship with the people it is supposed to protect is essentially bureaucratic. He completed the required paperwork of incarceration. He is eligible for release. The fact that he will immediately resume trying to kill his primary victim is not the system's concern. Within the larger picture of Springfield's institutional failures, Sideshow Bob's revolving door relationship with prison is consistent with the general theme. Every institution in Springfield exists in a state of malfunction that is so consistent and so complete that it can only be intentional on some level, whether it is the intention of the people who run those institutions, or the intention of a system that has aligned around protecting certain interests at the expense of others. Bob is also interesting for what he reveals about Springfield's relationship with culture and intelligence. He is the most educated character in the show's regular cast, with a sophisticated appreciation for opera, literature, and classical music that sits completely at odds with his homicidal rages. The show has used this contrast for comedy across decades, but the contrast also points at something genuine. Bob's intelligence and cultural sophistication have not made him a better person, have not protected him from his worst impulses, have not given him the tools to manage the rage and wounded pride that drive his behavior. His education is real and his homicidal tendencies are equally real, and neither one cancels the other. Bob is the show's evidence that intelligence and virtue are not the same quality. Section 9. The show's meta-mysteries. Mystery 26. What Matt Groening was actually doing. The Simpsons was not supposed to be what it became. The original pitch was relatively modest, an animated segment for the Tracy Ullman Show, featuring a dysfunctional cartoon family that would serve as a vehicle for adult humor. The drawings were rough, the characters underdeveloped, the premise familiar enough to be acceptable to network television. What Groening actually created beneath the acceptable surface was considerably stranger. From the beginning, the show had a relationship with its own logic that went beyond standard cartoon conventions. It was aware of itself in ways that cartoons at the time were not expected to be. It made jokes that required the viewer to understand the genre of the joke in order to understand the joke. It depicted institutions with a degree of cynicism that network television in 1989 was not prepared for. The mystery of Groening's intention is partly the mystery of how much of what the show became was planned and how much was discovered in the making. The radiation theory, the mutation of the residents, the contaminated environment, these were not written as theories. They accumulated. Individual episode writers made individual choices, and those choices built, across seasons, into a pattern that was never intentional but became unmistakable. Or did it? The question of whether the show's deepest implications are accidents or the result of a long-term design is genuinely interesting. Groening has always been cagey in interviews about how much conscious architecture exists beneath the surface of what appears to be a comedy about a dysfunctional family. He acknowledges the fan theories, engages with them playfully, and refuses to confirm or deny them definitively. The show's official position is that Homer is not in a coma, that Maggie is not secretly a genius, that the radiation is a recurring gag rather than a coherent environmental allegory. But the show keeps providing evidence. New episodes, written by writers who may or may not know the fan theories, keep adding details that fit. The pattern keeps expanding. Either the writers are deliberately feeding the theories, which would be extraordinary coordination for a show with a large rotating staff, or the pattern emerges naturally from the logic of Springfield as a created world, a world that has its own rules and keeps generating evidence of those rules whether or not any individual writer is thinking about them. The deepest version of this mystery is the question of whether Springfield is a real place in the way that fictional worlds can be real. Not real in the sense of existing, obviously. Real in the sense of having internal consistency that is more complete than any single author created. The kind of consistency that emerges when a world is populated by hundreds of people over decades and develops its own momentum. Springfield may have become real in that sense, and the theories may be excavating truths that the world contains without anyone having put them there deliberately. That is not a comfortable thought, but it is an interesting one. Mystery 27. The Writer's Room and the Rotating Consciousness. The Simpsons has had hundreds of writers across its run. The show has maintained a core staff across the seasons, but individual episodes have been written by a rotating cast of contributors whose backgrounds, perspectives, and relationships with the show vary enormously. Some writers were on the show during its golden age and returned decades later. Some have only ever known the later seasons, some came from comedy writing backgrounds, some came from drama. Some came from academic backgrounds with specific expertise in science, mathematics, or political theory. The mystery of the writing room is the mystery of how a consistent world is maintained by an inconsistent authorship. The answer, on a production level, is that there are showrunners and story editors whose job is to maintain continuity and consistency across episodes. But the show's continuity is, by any objective measure, terrible. Characters contradict themselves. Events are forgotten. The backstory keeps changing. The geography is impossible. The timeline does not hold. And yet the world of Springfield is recognizable, consistent. The characters have identities that persist across the contradictions, not because their details are consistent, but because their emotional logic is consistent. Homer is always Homer in the ways that matter, even when his backstory has changed, even when his behavior in one episode is incompatible with his behavior in another. Springfield is always Springfield, despite the geographic impossibility. This suggests that what the show is actually maintaining across its rotating authorship is not factual consistency, but emotional consistency. The characters have a true shape that every writer who works on them can feel, even when they cannot articulate it, even when they contradict its surface details. The world has a tone, a logic of feeling, that persists through all the contradictions. The fan theories are, in a meaningful sense, attempts to articulate that emotional logic explicitly. The radiation theory says, the way Springfield feels has a cause, and the cause is this. The coma theory says, the way Homer feels, the desperate love, and the frozen time, and the impossible survival, has a structure, and the structure is this. The theories are translations of the show's emotional truth into narrative terms that can be examined and argued about. The mystery is whether those translations are accurate, whether the show means what the theories say it means. And the answer may be that meaning in a long-running collaborative work is not owned by any author, including the original one. The Simpsons means what its audience finds in it, and the audience has found an extraordinary amount. Mystery 28, The Golden Age and Why It Ended. The decline of The Simpsons is one of the most extensively documented phenomena in television history. Fans, critics, and the show's own creators have all acknowledged that the show peaked somewhere in the early to mid-1990s and has never returned to that height. The precise moment of decline is debated. Some say season 9, the Skinner reveal being a common marker. Some say season 12. Some say the movie in 2007 was a brief renaissance, surrounded by lesser seasons. But the general shape of the trajectory is not contested. What is mysterious is why the decline happened in the specific way it did. Shows get worse for predictable reasons: cast changes, budget cuts, the departure of key creative personnel, the exhaustion of narrative possibilities. Some of these factors apply to The Simpsons. Several key writers left after the golden seasons. The show's relationship with its own characters changed as the characters became more broadly defined, their specificity replaced by a reliability that comedy writers could use without having to understand the character deeply. But the coma theory offers a different reading of the decline, one that is more internally coherent with the show's own evidence. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then the quality of the dream changes as Homer's brain condition changes. The golden seasons are the period when Homer's unconscious mind was still operating with something close to its full emotional intelligence. The stories were grounded because Homer's ability to simulate grounded emotional reality was still intact. The characters were specific and consistent because Homer could hold their particularity in his dreaming mind without distortion. As the coma continues, as the brain deteriorates, the simulation degrades. The stories become more abstract, more impossible, less emotionally rooted. The characters become more generic versions of themselves, simplified by a mind that can no longer maintain the complexity of who they really were. The celebrity appearances multiply because the brain is absorbing more external noise and has less ability to filter it. The resets become more complete because the memory function is progressively more damaged. The show got worse because Homer's brain is getting worse. Every season is the next stage of a deterioration that has been ongoing since April of 1993. The golden seasons are when Homer's mind was closest to waking. The later seasons are the dream getting further from shore. This is, in the end, just a theory. The real reasons the show declined are mundane: creative turnover, time, the exhaustion of what was possible within the format. But the coma reading is more moving, and in a show that has always been more emotionally ambitious than it appears, the more moving explanation has a certain claim to attention. Mystery 29. The Treehouse of Horror and What Lives Outside Canon. Every October, The Simpsons suspends its regular continuity for a special anthology episode that explicitly operates outside the rules of the show's reality. Characters die. The laws of physics are abandoned. Homer encounters actual horror movie monsters, not in dreams or hallucinations, but as canonical events within the episode's logic. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show's permission slip to do what it cannot do in regular continuity. The mystery of Treehouse of Horror is the question of what these episodes reveal about what the show wants to do but cannot. The regular episodes are constrained by the need to reset, to return to the status quo, to maintain the eternal present that the show's format requires. Treehouse of Horror is the space where consequences are allowed, where death is permanent within the episode, where the Simpsons are placed in situations that the show's regular logic would never permit and then forced to navigate them without the protection of cartoon immortality. And in these episodes, a pattern emerges. The show gravitates towards specific anxieties: Homer losing control of his body, his mind, his identity, the family being destroyed from within by forces they cannot stop, the town turning against individuals, power structures using horror as a metaphor for what they already do in the regular episodes, just with the metaphor stripped away. In one Treehouse episode, Springfield sells its children to an alien fast food chain. In another, the town becomes literally zombified by a corporate entity. In another, time travel reveals that every version of reality Homer tries to create leads to worse outcomes. These are not random horror anthology choices. They are the show's regular anxieties given permission to be explicit. Burns already controls Springfield through economic necessity. In Treehouse of Horror, he controls it through demonic bargain. The residents are already cognitively impaired by radiation in the regular continuity. In Treehouse, they are literally zombies. The horror genre does not introduce new themes. It clarifies existing ones. The mystery is whether the Treehouse of Horror episodes are dreams within the dream or whether they are the show briefly telling the truth. In the coma reading, the October episodes are the moments when Homer's brain loses enough coherence that the dream becomes fully surreal, the emotional logic of his situation breaking through the surface in the form of monsters. What Homer's unconscious mind knows but cannot say directly in regular episodes comes out in Treehouse as horror. The alien invasion is the contamination. The zombies are the cognitively damaged population. The monster is Burns, given a shape that matches his function. Mystery 30. The audiences who watch and what they carry. The final meta-mystery of The Simpsons is the one that belongs to everyone who has ever watched it and then thought about it more than they expected to. The show has been watched by virtually every demographic in America across 36 years. It has been the show that children of the 1990s grew up with, that defined their sense of humor, their relationship to authority, their understanding of what a family was supposed to look like, even when it was not working. It has followed those viewers into adulthood, aging with them in the way that the characters cannot age. The mystery is why these viewers keep coming back. Not just the casual viewers who watch out of habit, but the ones who think about it, who develop theories about it, who spend time analyzing a cartoon that has been running since before some of them were born. What are they looking for? The theories are one answer. The coma theory, the radiation theory, the who shot Mr. Burns investigation, the mystery of Maggie's silence. These are all frameworks that allow viewers to engage with the show as something more than entertainment. They are ways of saying that the show matters enough to take seriously, that its contradictions and impossibilities are worth explaining, that underneath the comedy there is something that deserves the effort of understanding. But there is also something simpler. The Simpsons is about a family that loves each other badly and constantly and without resolution. Homer is too impulsive and too loud and too self-destructive to be a good husband or father by any conventional measurement. Marge is too patient, perhaps, to model a healthy relationship. Bart and Lisa are in a competition the show never resolves. Maggie watches everything and says nothing. The family is a mess, and every episode ends with them intact. Still together, still in the house. The crisis has passed, even if it left no lasting mark. That is what the viewers keep coming back for. Not because it is realistic, because it is the thing that the show promises every single time and always delivers. The family survives. The house is still there. Everyone is accounted for when the credits roll. That guarantee, which the floating timeline makes absolute, is what the show has been selling for 36 years. And it works because the viewers who watch it carry their own versions of the same wish. The family intact, the house still standing, time suspended at the moment before everything changed. Section 10. The Convergence. Mystery 31. The Grand Unified Theory of Springfield. Everything we have discussed tonight connects, not through conspiracy, not through deliberate design, but through the internal logic of a world that has been built consistently enough over long enough that its deepest structures have become visible. Here is what Springfield is. Springfield is a town that has been systematically damaged by concentrated industrial power, the contamination flowing outward from Burns's plant into every dimension of life in the community. The physical damage is visible in the residents' bodies, in their appearance, in their improbable survival of injuries that should be fatal. The neurological damage is visible in the collective inability to recognize, remember, or respond to the things that are harming them. Burns understood this and built it intentionally. The plant produces two things: electricity for the town and cognitive impairment for the population. The electricity makes the population dependent on Burns. The cognitive impairment ensures they cannot challenge that dependence. Homer's incompetence at his safety inspector role is not an accident. It is the feature, not the bug, of a system designed to maintain its violations indefinitely. The collective denial that the Skinner episode made explicit is the social superstructure that sits above the neurological damage. The residents have organized their community around the systematic suppression of inconvenient truth because acknowledging the truth would require a confrontation with power that the radiation has made them incapable of sustaining. The social contract that says we do not speak about certain things is the community-level expression of individual cognitive damage. Homer's coma, whether or not the theory is literally true, is the emotional truth of what has happened to him. He is a man who was damaged before he was old enough to protect himself, whose damage was engineered by the same system that destroyed his family, who has spent his entire adult life in proximity to the source of that damage without being able to recognize it. Whether he is literally unconscious in a hospital bed or simply living the stunted, repeating life that Springfield has made inevitable for him, he is dreaming. He is inhabiting a story rather than living a life. The frozen time, the impossible survivals, the world that resets after every catastrophe, these are real features of a Springfield that has been broken enough to make them possible. Maggie's intelligence is the exception that proves the rule. If the contamination damages some residents and amplifies others, she is the amplitude. She has been watching the system operate for 36 years with the clearest eyes in the family. She knows what Homer cannot know, sees what Lisa can only partially see, understands what Marge has chosen not to, and she says nothing because she has learned from watching Lisa that speaking is the most efficient way to be ignored in Springfield. Burns's immortality is the final piece. The man at the center of the system, the architect of the damage, is sustained by the same technology that causes the damage. He requires radiation to survive, so the radiation must continue. The town requires his electricity to function, so his plant must operate. The loop closes. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield is built on what Burns provides. Burns cannot die because dying would expose what he has done to the people whose lives he has consumed. The show has been telling this story for 36 years. It has never stated it directly, never gathered the evidence into a single scene and delivered the verdict. But the evidence is there, episode by episode, season by season, in the details that individual writers included without knowing they were building a picture, in the patterns that emerge from 800 episodes of a single fictional world, in the space between the jokes where something else has been accumulating quietly. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a system. The people inside it are not eccentric. They are symptoms. The plant is not a background detail. It is the engine. And the show that has been running since 1989 is not just entertainment. It is the testimony of an impossible town that has been trying to tell you something it cannot quite say. Section 11. The Quieter Mysteries. Mystery 32. The secondary characters and their untold stories. Springfield is populated with hundreds of characters who have been developed enough across decades to have their own internal contradictions and mysteries. The major characters get the analysis, but the secondary cast carries the weight of what Springfield actually is as a community. Apu Nahasapi Mapedalon spent 29 seasons as the proprietor of the Quick E-Mart, one of the most recurring characters in the show's history. His backstory is quietly extraordinary. A man with a doctorate in computer science from Caltech, working as a convenience store clerk in Springfield, a choice the show attributed to his deep emotional investment in his work. But there is another reading. Apu came to Springfield and could not leave. Something about the town's economic structure made the Quick E-Mart a permanent condition rather than a temporary situation. He built a life inside it. He married, had children, invested decades in a role that his education made unnecessary. Springfield absorbs people. They arrive with possibilities and leave with routines, if they leave at all. Dr. Nick Riviera is the show's second most frequently visited medical professional after Dr. Hibbard, and he is terrifying in a way the show plays entirely for laughs. He practices medicine with complete incompetence and absolute confidence. He has performed surgery under circumstances that would land a real doctor in prison. He greets patients with, "Hi, everybody," and a warmth that is completely disconnected from any medical competence. In Springfield, he has a practice. In any other town, he would have been stopped. That he continues to practice is evidence of the same institutional failure that allows Homer to remain at his post and Quimby to continue governing. Springfield's systems do not protect people from harm. They process harm, they formalize it, institutionalize it, give it an address and business hours. The damage continues because the systems that should stop it are either too broken to function or too entangled with the interests that cause the damage to want to. The recurring characters who populate Springfield's public spaces, Lenny and Carl at the plant, Barney at Moe's, Patty and Selma in their various government positions, all have the same quality. They are people who arrived at a place in their lives and have not moved since. Not because they chose stasis, but because something about Springfield makes movement impossible. The town holds people. The floating timeline is not just a storytelling device. It is Springfield's nature. The town does not allow time to pass. for characters, or for anyone inside it. Mystery 33. The role of music and why it matters. The Simpsons has a complicated relationship with music that is rarely examined as carefully as it deserves. Danny Elfman's original theme is one of the most immediately recognizable pieces of music in television history, a piece that communicates something specific and irreducible about the show's emotional register in the space of a minute and a half. The theme is not quite happy, not quite sad, not quite comic. It occupies a space that matches Springfield's own emotional geography. Familiar and slightly off, warm and faintly disturbing, the music of a world that is almost right. Lisa's saxophone is the most emotionally resonant musical element in the show's regular continuity. She plays it constantly. The show uses her music as a kind of mood indicator, a sound that signals emotional significance. When Lisa plays, something in the scene is meant to land differently than it would in silence. The saxophone is her clearest form of self-expression in a show where the family's constant verbal chaos frequently drowns out whatever she is actually trying to say. In the coma reading, Lisa's saxophone is the sound that Homer needs to hear, the signal that she is still there. Every time the show uses Lisa's music to elevate a moment, it is the dreaming brain reaching for the specific sensory detail it loves most. Not her words, which are too complicated for him to follow sometimes. Not her intellectual arguments, which he cannot quite keep up with. Just the sound of her playing, which Homer can hold completely and which means everything without requiring any translation. The music episodes, where characters burst into full production numbers for reasons that the show acknowledges are not realistic, are a different category. They are the show at its most brazenly artificial, dropping any pretense of naturalism to deliver something emotional through a form that is explicitly constructed. These are moments when the dream stops pretending to be reality and becomes something else entirely. A pure expression of feeling without the container of story. The radio episodes deserve mention here as well. Several episodes are built around Homer listening to the radio, to music from specific eras, and being transported by what he hears. These episodes are the closest the show gets to depicting memory directly, to showing what it looks like when a specific sound unlocks something that normal waking consciousness cannot reach. In the coma reading, these are the moments when ambient sound from the real hospital room, music playing from somewhere nearby, makes its way through to the dreaming mind and is incorporated as the episode's emotional center. Mystery 34. Springfield's relationship with death. The Simpsons has a strange relationship with death. Characters die and come back. Mulman dies repeatedly. The show's timeline has claimed the deaths of several major characters who then reappear without explanation. Even within individual episodes, the rules about what death means are inconsistent, but there have been genuine deaths in the show, moments where a character's absence is permanent, and the show commits to what that means. Maud Flanders' death at the Speedway is the most significant. It was a real creative decision with permanent consequences, altering Ned's trajectory in ways that the show acknowledged and built on for years afterward. Mona Simpson's death is another, handled with genuine emotional weight, not reversed, allowed to mean what it means. These deaths reveal something about what the show values. When the show chooses to make a death real, it is choosing to make the loss real, to honor the weight of absence rather than defusing it through resurrection or forgetting. These are the moments when the floating timeline has to pause and acknowledge that time has passed, that someone who was here is no longer here, that the world has changed in a way that cannot be reset. The mystery is why these particular deaths were chosen to be real when so many others are disposable. What principle governs which losses Springfield is allowed to acknowledge and which it must forget? The answer, explored through the collective denial theory, is that the deaths which are made real are the ones that can be processed without threatening the system. Maud Flanders' death gives Ned a new arc but does not require Springfield to confront anything systemic. Mona Simpson's death closes a storyline that was already isolated from the show's main power dynamics. The deaths that would require systemic confrontation, the implications of the radiation, the consequences of Burns' operation, the real cost of the cognitive damage, these deaths are never allowed to be real. The individuals who would embody them are either reset or forgotten. Springfield mourns what is safe to mourn. The rest it denies. Section 12. The ending that never comes. Mystery 35. What would ending The Simpsons actually mean? The Simpsons will end eventually. Contracts will expire. Voices will change, the economics will shift. Something will happen that tips the calculation, and the last episode will be written and broadcast. It is inevitable, even if it has been deferred for 36 years. The mystery is what that ending will look like. What the show could possibly do, after 36 years of the eternal present, to bring a conclusion to a world that was designed never to conclude. There are precedents. Long-running animated shows have ended. Some have done it by simply stopping, with a final episode that functions like any other episode but happens to be the last. Some have gone for a grand finale that attempts to provide closure across decades of character and story. Some have ended mid-thought, canceled rather than concluded, leaving the world exactly as it was when the door closed. The Simpsons has occasionally gestured toward its own ending. The season 25 finale included a promotional sequence that appeared to depict the series finale, with characters aging and dying, though it was clearly a hypothetical rather than an actual commitment. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have ended the show multiple times within their non-canonical space, with apocalyptic scenarios that wipe Springfield from existence. These are the show's way of playing with the idea of ending without committing to it. But the most interesting version of the ending is the one the coma theory implies. If Homer is dreaming, then the ending of the show is the moment the dream ends. Homer wakes up or Homer dies, and the simulation terminates. The family does not age gracefully into their futures. They do not have futures that we see. The dream simply stops, and the last thing we see is Springfield on the day Homer went under, frozen at the last moment of his conscious life. That ending would be terrible. It would be the kind of television that people discuss for decades afterward. And it is almost certainly not what will happen, because the show's creators have every commercial and creative reason to deliver something warmer. But the coma theory's ending hovers over every episode as a possibility. Every episode could be the last dream. Every ending where Homer comes home and the family is together is potentially the final image the dreaming brain generates before the system fails. The fact that the show keeps generating new episodes does not eliminate this possibility. It multiplies it. Each episode is another dream, and each dream could be the last. Mystery 36, the question we keep returning to. After all of this, after 36 mysteries and the theories that surround them, and the evidence that supports or undermines them, one question remains. It is the question that the original transcript identified, and that every examination of the show eventually arrives at. Why can't we let them go? The Simpsons has been described tonight as a contaminated zone, a dream, a system of corruption and denial, a closed loop maintained by institutional power and collective psychology. These are not gentle descriptions. And yet the show has maintained an audience for 36 years. The Golden Age viewers who fell in love with Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa have not simply continued watching out of inertia, they have continued caring. The emotional connection is real, even for people who can articulate everything that is broken about Springfield. The answer is in the house on Evergreen Terrace. In the opening credits, the most reliable 30 seconds in television history. Homer driving home from the plant, Marge and Maggie coming from the grocery store, Bart on his skateboard, Lisa on her bicycle, the family converging on that single address where the couch absorbs them all. The chaos of arrival, the relief of returning. That sequence, repeated with variations for 36 years, is a depiction of the thing most people want more than almost anything else. Not justice or truth or resolution or growth. Just home. The specific home where everyone is accounted for, where the door still opens, where the fight and the forgiveness happen in the same evening, where the love is not elegant, but it is absolute. Springfield is broken. The people inside it are damaged. The systems that govern it are corrupt, the environment is contaminated, the official stories are lies. And Homer, stumbling through the door every night at 5:30, is too impaired to see most of this clearly. But he comes home. He always comes home, and everyone is there when he does. And the beer is cold, and the couch is waiting. That is the mystery at the center of everything. Not the radiation, not the coma. Not Burns' immortality or Maggie's silence or the floating timeline. The mystery is that a show so clearly about everything that is wrong with American life has managed, for 36 years, to make coming home feel like the only thing worth talking about. Springfield is broken, and we love it. The Simpsons is damaged, and we protect it. Homer is lost, and we keep watching him find his way back. Because he always does. The dream makes sure of it. And maybe that is enough. For a world this complicated, maybe the promise that everyone gets home by the end of the episode, that the family is intact when the credits roll, that there is a door and a couch and a cold beer and nobody has left permanently, maybe that is the only kind of resolution that matters. The mysteries will not be solved. Springfield will not be located. Burns will not be stopped. Maggie will not speak. But Homer will come through the door, and the family will be there, and somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, or in a house on Evergreen Terrace, or in a living room somewhere in the world where someone is watching this at a time that feels too late, a man who loves his family will close his eyes and the dream will continue. And the dream is enough. That is Springfield. That has always been Springfield. And that is why we will never let them go. Thank you for spending tonight in Springfield. If any of this is still with you when you close your eyes, let it carry you somewhere quiet. The theories will still be here in the morning. The mysteries will still be there. Springfield does not go anywhere. It never does. Appendix: The Ranked List. Tier 1 easily explained. The Simpsons predictions volume plus confirmation bias. Springfield's missing location, deliberate design choice. Guest stars look different, animation practicality. The couch gag's evolution padding tool turned art form. Why the show never ended. Money, legacy, and cultural inertia. Tier 2. Interesting but explainable. 6. Hans Moleman's death's running gag with a disturbing footnote. 7. The Skinner revelation diagnosis of Springfield's denial system. 8. Ned Flanders's conditioned kindness psychological cage. 9. Homer and Marge's shifting backstory, floating timeline consequence. 10. Santa's Little Helper and animal mutation, visual consistency with implications. Tier 3. Genuinely strange. 11. Who really shot Mr. Burns? 6 pieces of evidence the official answer cannot address. 12. Maggie Simpson's intelligence deliberate invisibility as strategy. 13. The Mona Simpson conspiracy, 3 generations, 1 man's grudge. Tier 4, hard to explain away. 14. Mr. Burns's immortality medically maintained, not biologically natural. 15. The Springfield contamination theory, the evidence is in every episode. Tier 5, disturbing if true. 16. Homer's coma, the theory that explains everything with one devastating idea. Tier 6 changes everything. 17. The floating timeline as intentional trap. We built the cage. 18. Springfield's collective denial as operating system. The social contract of forgetting. Character mysteries. 19. Bart Simpson's darkness rebellion as rational response. 20. Lisa Simpson's impossible loneliness brilliance as isolation. 21. Marge Simpson's suppression, devotion, or compulsion. 22. Abe Simpson's secrets, the weight of complicity, infrastructure mysteries. 23. Fat Tony and Springfield's underworld crime as parallel infrastructure. 24. Mayor Quimby and the political machine, corruption institutionalized. 25. Sideshow Bob and the revolving door, justice as bureaucracy. Meta mysteries. 26. What Groening was actually doing, intention or emergence. 27. The writer's room and rotating consciousness, how consistency persists through contradiction. 28. The golden age and why it ended, creative decline or dream deterioration. 29. Treehouse of horror and the space outside canon, explicit permission to tell the truth. 30. The audiences who watch, what they carry and what they look for. Convergence. 31. The grand unified theory of Springfield. Everything connects. Quieter mysteries. 32. Secondary characters and untold stories, what Springfield does to everyone inside it. 33. The role of music. The saxophone, the radio, the sound of coming home. 34. Springfield's relationship with death, which losses are allowed to be real. The ending. 35. What ending The Simpsons would actually mean. The dream that stops. 36. The question we keep returning to, why we cannot let them go. End of script. Total approximate word count, 43,500 words. Extended section. The deeper life of Springfield's institutions. Mystery 37. Springfield Elementary and the education system. Springfield Elementary is one of the most consistently present locations in the show's run, second only to the Simpson house itself. It is where Bart has spent 10 years failing to advance past the 4th grade. It is where Lisa has spent 8 years being consistently underestimated and occasionally celebrated. It is where Principal Skinner, or Armin Tamzarian, or whoever he actually is, has spent 20 years maintaining an institution with fewer resources than a prison and less coherent philosophy than a fast food franchise. The school's budget has been the subject of repeated episodes, and the picture they paint is relentlessly bleak. Springfield Elementary is perpetually underfunded. Programs are cut regularly. Arts funding is the first casualty of every budget crisis, which is particularly relevant to Lisa, whose music program has been canceled and reinstated so many times that the pattern has become its own kind of joke. The school's physical plant is deteriorating. The textbooks are decades out of date. The lunch program is a study in nutritional negligence. But here is what the show keeps returning to and never fully resolving. The school has money available that never reaches the children. When Burns stole the oil discovered beneath the school grounds, he took something that should have transformed the institution's financial situation. When grants arrive from state or federal programs, they tend to be redirected or mismanaged before they reach the classroom. The money exists. It does not reach the students. This pattern, money intended for the school being captured before it can change anything, is consistent with the broader picture of how Springfield's institutions work. The official channels of resource distribution are porous in very specific ways. The leaks flow consistently in the direction of private interests. The children of Springfield Elementary are the most visible victims of this system, sitting in classrooms with broken equipment and out-of-date materials, while the economic infrastructure of the town maintains everyone else's position. Bart's academic failure is the most visible symptom. He is not stupid in the ways the school would imply. He is creative, laterally intelligent, socially sophisticated in ways that standardized testing cannot capture, and has demonstrated in specific circumstances that he can learn and retain information when the material connects to something he cares about. The school's consistent verdict that Bart is a failure says as much about the school as it says about Bart. What the show is depicting, without ever saying it directly, is an educational system that is not designed to succeed. A school that succeeds educates children in ways that produce people capable of questioning the conditions of their existence. Springfield cannot afford that outcome. The plant needs workers who will do their jobs without understanding what those jobs are doing to them. The government needs voters who will re-elect Quimby without examining his record. Burns needs a population that will pay their electric bills without asking why the water makes their fish grow extra eyes. An educated Springfield would ask all of those questions. Springfield Elementary ensures that the education required to ask them never materializes. The budget cuts, the out-of-date textbooks, the demoralized teachers, the 30 children per classroom, none of these are accidents. They are the educational policy of a town whose most powerful interests benefit from a population that cannot effectively think. Lisa is the exception that the system has so far failed to prevent. She has educated herself around the school's inadequacies, through reading, through her own rigorous intellectual standards, through the kind of determined self-teaching that is the only reliable educational strategy when the institution around you has failed. She is what Springfield Elementary was designed not to produce. And she has spent 8 years being alternately celebrated and punished for it, because Springfield does not know what to do with the version of itself that managed to evade the design. Edna Krabappel taught Bart's class for most of the show's run, and the character deserves recognition as one of the show's most complex depictions of institutional damage. She began her teaching career with idealism and enthusiasm, the show implies in her backstory, and spent years watching those qualities erode under the weight of insufficient pay, insufficient resources, insufficient administrative support, and students who arrived already damaged by the systems upstream of the classroom. By the time the show depicts her, she is professionally disengaged, personally lonely, and coping with the gap between what she intended and what her work has become through a complicated mixture of dark humor and compartmentalization. Mrs. Krabappel is what a good teacher looks like after years of working in a system that makes good teaching structurally impossible. She still cares, in ways that emerge at specific moments. She still sees Bart clearly, even when she has given up on helping him in any institutional sense. The caring persists beneath the professional exhaustion, which is more tragic than if it had simply disappeared. She can feel what the job was supposed to be. She just cannot practice it. The school's relationship with Principal Skinner, or Tamzarian, is its own study in institutional persistence over individual identity. The person in the position changes, at least once in the show's history, but the institution continues to function in exactly the same way. This is a meaningful observation about how institutional culture works. The building, the budget, the curriculum, the administrative culture, these persist regardless of who holds the principalship. Tamzarian adopted not just Skinner's identity but his institutional role, and the institution absorbed him without modification. The school was the same school before and after the identity swap because the school is not shaped by the principal. The principal is shaped by the school. Mystery 38. The Churches of Springfield and the God Who Talks to Homer. Springfield has a church, prominently featured in many episodes, attended by the Simpson family with varying degrees of commitment and a great deal of inattention. Reverend Lovejoy leads the congregation with the weary pragmatism of a man who has been trying to inspire people who would rather be somewhere else for so long that he has stopped pretending enthusiasm. The theology of The Simpsons is one of its most underexamined features, because the show has committed to something genuinely strange. God exists in this universe, is occasionally depicted on screen, and has a complicated relationship with several of the show's characters. Homer has met God twice. In Homer the Heretic, the Season 4 episode we mentioned in relation to the coma theory, God appears to Homer and they have a conversation that is warm, specific, and theologically odd. God confirms Homer's right to skip church. God expresses something like fondness for Homer. God tells him that his time is coming and that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. The exchange establishes God as a character in the show's universe, with preferences, intentions, and a specific relationship with Homer Simpson. God appears again in other contexts. The show depicts an afterlife that is consistent enough across its appearances to suggest it is meant to be taken seriously within the show's own logic, not as a joke but as an actual cosmological claim about how this universe works. The mystery, which we touched on in the Ned Flanders section, is what it means for the show's theology that God talks to Homer and not to Ned. Ned has devoted his entire life to faith in this particular God. He goes to church, he prays, he lives according to his religious values under conditions that would break most people's faith. He buried his wife, lost his house, forgiven his neighbor for sins that most people would consider unforgivable. His relationship with God is the central organizing principle of his life, and God ignores him. God has never appeared to Ned. God has never spoken to him in any directly depicted exchange. God is, as far as the show establishes, simply absent from Ned's devotional life in a way that he is not absent from Homer's occasional, casual, often self-serving communications. One reading of this is that the show is making a point about the nature of faith itself. Ned's faith is rule-following. He adheres to the moral code because he has accepted it as the framework that gives his conditioned behavior meaning. His relationship with God is mediated through obligation and observance. Homer's relationship with God, such as it is direct, personal, unmediated, and completely unreliable in the sense that Homer has done nothing to deserve it. He simply has it. The show may be suggesting that God in this universe is drawn to Homer's authenticity rather than Ned's performance. Homer is not performing goodness. He is not performing anything. He is entirely himself, which includes being selfish, lazy, impulsive, and often wrong. But he loves his family with a completeness that Ned, for all his piety, cannot quite match because Ned's love is always entangled with his conditioning. Homer's love is unmediated. It is, in its way, more genuine. Another reading connects the theology to the coma theory. If Homer is dreaming, then God appearing in the dream is Homer's unconscious mind dramatizing the sense he has always had that his life matters, that someone is paying attention, that the family on Evergreen Terrace is important enough to be known by something larger. The God of The Simpsons is a dream god, generated by Homer's own deepest needs. He appears when Homer's brain needs reassurance. He says the things Homer needs to hear. He tells Homer his time is coming because Homer knows, somewhere beneath the coma, that time is passing in the real world, and the dream is trying to contextualize that into something meaningful. Ned praying and receiving silence is real silence. The god in the dream cannot speak to Ned because the dream is not Ned's, it is Homer's, and Homer's god is interested only in Homer. The show has also depicted an afterlife that suggests Springfield's deceased residents go somewhere. Several characters have returned from death in episodes that are not Treehouse of Horror specials and therefore carry at least some canonical weight. The rules about what death means and whether it is permanent are inconsistent enough to suggest either that the writers have no firm theology or that the theology is deliberately left undefined. But the accumulation of afterlife references suggests that the show takes seriously the idea that Springfield is a place people do not simply leave when they die. Within the radiation theory, this has an interesting implication. If the contamination has altered the biological reality of Springfield's residents enough to affect their mortality and their healing capacity, has it also affected whatever metaphysical rules govern what happens after death? Hans Moleman's repeated returns from fatal injuries are usually explained as cartoon logic, but what if they are something more like what they would be in the radiation framework? Biological reconstitution? A mutation that makes death a temporary condition for certain highly contaminated individuals? The theology of Springfield remains one of the show's most deliberately unresolved territories. The show keeps generating evidence of a real cosmological architecture. God exists, the afterlife exists, death is negotiable under certain conditions, and then refuses to systematize what it has established. The mystery is whether that refusal is a creative choice. An acknowledgement that the show's humor depends on not committing to the implications of its own cosmology, or whether it is itself meaningful. A depiction of a universe where the rules about life and death are exactly as inconsistent and negotiable as everything else in Springfield. Mystery 39. Krusty the Clown and the Failed Father. Herschel Schmoikel Pinchas Yaruchim Kristofsky, known professionally as Krusty the Clown, has been the dominant media presence in Springfield's children's lives for the entire run of the show. He is Bart's idol, the object of a devotion that the show has explored across dozens of episodes, with a thoroughness that reveals something complicated about what children need from their heroes and what those heroes usually deliver. Krusty is, in his professional persona, exactly what a children's entertainer should not be. He is cynical about his audience. He is openly contemptuous of the commercial obligations of his job. He smokes on set, he gambles, drinks, maintains mob connections, and has served time in prison. He has been involved in multiple financial scandals. He has been blacklisted, canceled, and reinstated so many times that his career history reads like a cautionary tale. And Bart loves him completely, unconditionally. With the kind of devoted attention that Bart reserves for almost nothing else in his life, when Krusty is in trouble, Bart moves mountains to help him. When Krusty is falsely accused of robbery, Bart conducts the investigation that clears his name, motivated by a faith in his hero that the evidence repeatedly suggests is not warranted. The question is why? What does Krusty offer Bart that makes him the object of this degree of devotion? The answer, the show eventually suggests, is imperfection. Krusty is the performer who does not pretend that everything is fine. His cynicism about his job, his visible exhaustion with the compromises of his profession, the gap between his on-screen persona and his evident off-screen reality, these are all visible to Bart in ways that the adults in his life try to hide. Krusty does not pretend to be better than he is. He is manifestly worse, and he keeps showing up anyway. For a kid whose own father is cognitively impaired but genuinely loving, who lives in a town built on collective denial, who is surrounded by adults performing versions of themselves that the town's social contract requires, Krusty's visible failure to maintain his performance is the most honest thing Bart has access to. Krusty is the adult who has given up on pretending, and there is something clarifying about that, something that Bart finds easier to trust than the adults who maintain their facades more successfully. The father mystery is more specific. Krusty's relationship with Rabbi Hyman Kristofsky, his father, is one of the most emotionally resonant recurring storylines in the show's middle seasons. The rabbi was disappointed in his son's career choice, rejected Krusty's clowning as a violation of their family's religious and intellectual traditions, and maintained a formal estrangement for decades. The episodes in which Bart and Lisa help engineer their reconciliation are among the show's most genuinely affecting, but the reconciliation does not transform Krusty. He remains who he is. The relationship with his father becomes warmer, but the professional and personal failures continue. The show does not suggest that healing the father wound changes the man. which is both more honest and more complex than the alternative. Krusty's damage is real, and the recovery is partial, which is what actual recovery usually looks like. The parallel with Homer is obvious, and the show is aware of it. Both Krusty and Homer are men who love their families imperfectly and are loved in return despite their imperfections. Both have complicated relationships with fathers who expected more or different things than what their sons became. Both maintain their roles, as entertainer and as family man, through a combination of genuine feeling and managed failure. Krusty is Homer as he might have been if the audience watching his dysfunction were strangers rather than family. The mystery of Krusty's appeal is ultimately the mystery of why we love the people who fail us. Not the people who fail us through cruelty or indifference, but the ones who fail through excess, through being too much of what they are, too undisciplined, too self-destructive, too honestly flawed to sustain the performance. Krusty never stops performing, but he never stops letting you see that the performance is a performance, which is a kind of intimacy that the more polished entertainers cannot offer. Bart understands this. He has grown up in a house with a man who cannot maintain any performance at all, whose failures are so complete that they circle back around into a kind of authenticity. Krusty's failures are more glamorous, but structurally similar. For Bart, Krusty is the version of Homer that the world can watch. Mystery 40. Moe's Tavern and the Architecture of Hopelessness. Moe's Tavern is Springfield's most important social institution. This is not a compliment. Every town has a Moe's, the show seems to suggest. Every community has a place where the people who have given up on the official aspirations gather. Not the people who have stopped trying entirely, but the ones who have substituted a smaller, more manageable form of connection for the larger ones the world keeps failing to provide. Moe's is where Homer goes when the house is too much, where Barney goes as his primary residence, where Lenny and Carl process the events of their lives without the pretense that any of those events are going to change significantly. Moe Sislak is one of the show's most consistently melancholy characters. He runs the bar with a combination of genuine affection for his regulars and total despair about the trajectory of his life. His personal history is unexplored enough to be mysterious. The bar appears to have existed for a long time. Moe appears to have been running it for most of his adult life, though the timeline, as with everything in Springfield, shifts and contradicts itself across episodes. What is consistent is Moe's fundamental loneliness. He wants things that his life does not provide: respect, romance, the kind of recognition that the world grants people who have achieved something. He has achieved Moe's Tavern. He is the kind of achievement that Moe's Tavern represents. The show has given Moe multiple episodes in which he gets briefly close to what he wants. A culinary talent is discovered. A romance develops. An opportunity arrives that might change things, and then it does not. The window opens briefly and closes, and Moe returns to the bar, to the regulars, to the life that he has built inside the boundaries that Springfield imposes. Within the contamination theory, Moe's is interesting as a location because it sits at the intersection of the town's most damaged residents and the most socially accepted mechanism for continuing that damage. Alcohol is a neurotoxin. Springfield's most cognitively impaired residents, Homer, Barney, the regulars who have spent decades in Moe's establishment, are maintaining their impairment through a mechanism that the culture accepts and that Moe profits from. The radiation did the initial damage. The bar maintains it. Moe is not complicit in any villainous sense. He is simply doing what the town's economy has made available to him, providing a service that the town's damaged population needs, in a building that the town's geography has made possible. But the structure is uncomfortable once you see it. The most damaged people in Springfield gather regularly to consume something that keeps them damaged, in a place that their damage makes essential, run by a man whose own damage keeps him from leaving. The loop inside Moe's is smaller and more personal than the loop that runs through the whole town, but it has the same basic architecture. Everyone is trapped. Everyone depends on each other's entrapment to maintain their own. Barney Gumble is the extreme case. He was Homer's best friend in high school, a man with genuine intellectual gifts and athletic capability, who was handed a beer at a party that Homer brought him to and did not recover for decades. The show has addressed this directly in episodes that follow Barney's sobriety and relapse. He is not constitutionally an alcoholic. He is a person for whom the first drink arrived at exactly the wrong moment, in a life that had enough vulnerability in other areas to make the drink the beginning of a long fall. Barney's decades in Moe's represent the life that was not lived, the potential that was present and was redirected. Homer's presence in Moe's for those same decades is partly Homer's responsibility, since he was the one who brought Barney to that party, which the show acknowledges. Homer's relationship with Barney carries a weight that the comedy usually works to deflect, but that surfaces in the moments when the show allows itself to be serious about what the tavern has done to the people inside it. The bartender who watches all of this, who has known all of these people through all of it, who has been the consistent presence in a room full of people who come and go and stay too long and come back, is Moe. And Moe is, in his own way, the show's most complete portrait of the human cost of a town that does not allow its people to leave, to change, to become something other than what Springfield has decided they are. Mystery 41. The Retirement Castle and Springfield's Relationship with Aging. The Springfield Retirement Castle is where Springfield sends its old people to wait in conditions that the show depicts as somewhere between neglect and active cruelty. It is underfunded, understaffed, and managed with the kind of casual indifference to its residents' humanity that is the institutional expression of a community that does not know what to do with people who have exceeded their economic utility. Abe Simpson lives here, except for the periods when he lives at the Simpson house and the periods when plot requires him elsewhere. The castle is his address, his community, his daily reality. He plays cards with men his age and tells stories that nobody wants to hear and thinks about the life he had and what it added up to. The mystery of the retirement castle is what it reveals about Springfield's relationship with the people it can no longer use. The town has a school to shape the people it will need. It has a hospital to repair them when they break. It has a plant to employ them and a bar to keep them manageable. And it has the retirement castle to warehouse them when they have outlived their roles in the economic system. The progression from school to plant to bar to castle is a complete life in Springfield, a road from inception to obsolescence, and the castle is the last stop. Abe's presence at the castle is complicated by what we know about his history. He is not simply a man who has aged out of usefulness. He is a man who made specific choices, including his deal with Burns and his decades of maintaining the lie about Mona's death that shaped who Homer became. The pleasant confusion the show usually attributes to Abe is partly selective. He knows things that he has chosen not to say. The castle is where he has chosen to wait out the consequences of not saying them. The floating timeline makes Abe's situation particularly strange. He was already old when the show began. He has been the same degree of old for 36 years. In the real world, the time period the show has covered would have been enough for 2 or 3 generations of people to enter and leave the retirement castle. In Springfield, the same residents appear to have been living there indefinitely, in the same state of managed decline, for as long as the show has been running. This is one of the floating timeline's most quietly disturbing implications. The aging population of Springfield is frozen at an age that should be leading toward death, but death, in Springfield's distorted relationship with time, is perpetually deferred. The old people at the castle are not dying. They are simply old, continuously, without movement toward any resolution. They are as trapped in the loop as the younger residents, but their version of the loop is more immediately bleak, frozen in decline without the possibility of the decline ever completing. Within the coma theory, the retirement castle is where Homer's unconscious mind sends the people he cannot imagine in any other context. Abe is there because that is where Homer placed him. Homer's relationship with his father is one of the show's recurring emotional undercurrents. A son who never received what he needed from his father, and a father who knows it and has not been able to offer it, and both of them coexisting in a state of perpetual, almost connection that the dream maintains exactly as Homer last experienced it. Abe in the castle. Homer not quite able to reach him. The distance maintained. Mystery 42. The teachers and the other adults in charge. Beyond Skinner and Krabappel, Springfield Elementary is populated with teachers and administrators who represent different facets of what happens to educated, idealistic people who enter careers in service of others within a system that cannot sustain those careers. Groundskeeper Willie is not a teacher, but his role at the school is essential, and his characterization is one of the show's most surprisingly complex background portrait. He is the Scottish groundskeeper whose primary function is maintenance, but who appears in teaching positions during certain budget crises, including, memorably, a class in French. He is perpetually dirty, often emotional, physically powerful in ways that the comedy uses for specific purposes, and deeply displaced. His Scotland is idealized and inaccessible. Springfield is where he ended up when something went wrong enough in his original life to make a school's janitorial position in a small American city the available option. Willie's relationship with the children at the school is unexpectedly warm in certain episodes, emerging from beneath the theatrical rage that the comedy requires him to perform. He sees the children clearly in the way that people who are not performing authority can see them. He is not trying to educate them or control them or shape them into anything. He is just the person who keeps the physical plant running, which gives him a different kind of access than the teachers have. The teachers at Springfield Elementary who appear briefly across the show's run are consistent in one characteristic. They have either given up on what teaching was supposed to be and built a professional accommodation with reality, or they arrive with fresh enthusiasm and are rapidly broken by contact with the institution. The show has depicted several idealistic new teachers who flame out within a single episode, consumed by a system that does not have the resources, the culture, or the administrative support to sustain what they came to do. This is not unique to Springfield. It is the most realistic thing about Springfield Elementary. Real schools in underfunded districts do this to idealistic teachers at a predictable rate. The show is satirizing something specific and accurate about American education policy, about the gap between what teachers are trained to do and what they are actually given the conditions to accomplish. But in Springfield, the satire has an extra layer. The underfunding is not accidental. It is, within the show's logic, intentional. The school is kept insufficient to maintain the population's educational disadvantage, which serves the interests of the people who depend on that disadvantage to sustain their control. Superintendent Chalmers occupies an interesting position in this hierarchy. He appears regularly in relation to Skinner, conducting the supervisory relationship that is supposed to ensure accountability in the school's administration. He is perpetually disappointed by what he finds at Springfield Elementary, and perpetually unable to do anything effective about it. His authority is real, but his power is limited in ways that the comedy uses, but that also reflects something genuine about how administrative oversight actually functions in underfunded institutions. He can see the problems. He does not have the resources to solve them. He returns every week to express his disappointment and leaves every week having changed nothing. Chalmers is, in the show's light satirical touch, the face of institutional accountability in a system where institutional accountability is performative rather than functional. He visits. He expresses concern. He issues warnings that are never enforced with sufficient consequence. The school continues as it was. Chalmers continues to visit. The cycle repeats. Springfield's educational dysfunction is maintained through a supervisory system that is capable of identifying the dysfunction, but structurally incapable of resolving it. The extended mysteries of character. Mystery 43. Maggie's Long Game. We have discussed Maggie's intelligence and her strategic silence at length, but there is a dimension of her characterization that deserves its own extended examination. The question of what specifically she is observing and what specifically she is waiting to do. The Longest Daycare, the Academy Award-nominated short film, is the most extensive depiction of Maggie operating at full capacity, and what it reveals is not just that she is intelligent, but specifically how her intelligence works. She is an environmental reader. She takes in a new space, identifies its structures, maps its threat landscape, locates its resources, and develops a strategy before she takes any action at all. Her first moves in the daycare are observational. She does not act until she has understood the system well enough to act effectively. This is not how children her age operate. This is how strategists operate. The kind of methodical environmental analysis that is taught in military training, in executive leadership programs, in negotiation courses. Maggie does it instinctively. As a baby, without training, without being able to articulate what she is doing, the intelligence is not just present. It is specifically oriented toward reading power structures and identifying leverage points within them. What does she see when she observes Springfield? She sees a town run by an elderly man who requires weekly medical intervention to survive and who is one missed appointment from death. She sees a father who is cognitively impaired enough to be easily redirected, but who has enough structural protection from his employer that he is unlikely to be removed from his situation. She sees a sister who uses her intelligence visibly and is punished for it consistently. She sees a brother who uses his rebellion openly and achieves intermittent small victories but never systemic change. She sees a mother who maintains the household's stability through a devotion that has become its own form of immobility. And she sees herself, the only person in this system whose capabilities are entirely unknown to the people who control it. The theory that Maggie is not simply intelligent but specifically preparing for something has been circulating in the fan community for years. It is supported by the consistent pattern of her behavior. She observes, she remembers, she acts when action is possible, and withholds action when it is not, and she never reveals more of herself than the situation requires. This is a profile of someone managing a long-term project rather than simply existing. What the project is, the show has never revealed. But the structural conditions suggest certain possibilities. Maggie will eventually be old enough that maintaining the baby disguise becomes untenable. She will begin speaking, or she will have to explain why she has not. At some point, the strategy of invisibility will reach its natural limit. What Maggie does when that limit arrives is the show's last great undeployed narrative possibility. Within the coma theory, the most heartbreaking reading of Maggie's intelligence is this: she is the version of his youngest child that Homer needs most. He cannot be there to protect her. He cannot stand between her and whatever Springfield will do to her as she grows. So in the dream, he makes her capable of protecting herself. He gives her the intelligence to navigate a world that damaged him without understanding it. He makes her the one who can see clearly. He makes her safe in the only way the dream can make anyone safe, by making them powerful enough not to need him. If Homer is dreaming his family, Maggie is the love letter he wrote to the daughter he was afraid he could not protect. Every display of her extraordinary competence is Homer's dreaming mind saying, "She will be okay. She will be okay even without me there." Mystery 44. The Real Lisa Simpson. Lisa Simpson has been described as the show's conscience, its moral center, its idealistic heart. These are accurate and are also, in their way, incomplete because they capture what Lisa does and miss what she is. What Lisa is a child who knows too much and cannot do anything about it. Her intelligence is not primarily a source of joy. It is the capacity to see clearly in a place where seeing clearly is a form of suffering. She understands the contamination, or comes closer to understanding it than anyone else in the family. She understands the corruption. She understands what her father's situation actually is, the web of exploitation and history and cognitive damage that has made Homer Homer. She understands what Springfield is doing to the people inside it. And she is 8 years old. She has no power. The understanding arrives without the capacity to act on it, and the floating timeline ensures that this condition is permanent. She cannot grow up. She cannot acquire the agency that adulthood might give her. She is perpetually 8, perpetually comprehending, perpetually unable to change the things she can see clearly. The saxophone is her coping mechanism. When she plays, the understanding does not go away, but the music creates a space where the understanding does not require action. She can feel what she knows and let the feeling flow through the instrument rather than through the words that the family will not hear or the arguments that Springfield will not receive. Music is the one domain where Lisa can be fully herself without the performance of comprehension that exhausts everyone around her. Her Buddhism, which the show introduced in the later seasons, is another coping mechanism of the same kind. She found a philosophical framework that accounts for the conditions she cannot change, that provides a way of existing in the present without requiring the present to be different. The Buddhism is genuine, the show suggests, not adopted as an affectation but arrived at through real philosophical searching. She needed something to hold, a set of ideas large enough to contain what she knows about Springfield without being destroyed by it. The mystery of Lisa is the mystery of what she becomes if the dream ever ends. The flash-forward episodes suggest she becomes extraordinary in the conventional sense. Accomplished, recognized, finding her place in a world that is larger than Springfield and can accommodate what she is. But those flash-forwards are not certain. They are the show's gesture toward possibility. The possibility is genuine. The outcome is deferred indefinitely. In the coma reading, Lisa is the version of his daughter that Homer most needs to be true. The version that makes it out, that gets past the damage of Springfield, that becomes something the town could not diminish. Every episode in which Lisa is shown as brilliant and principled, and ultimately, even in her isolation, okay, is Homer's dreaming mind promising itself that she will be all right. He cannot see her future. The coma holds him in the present, but the dream keeps insisting on her capability, keeps depicting her intelligence and her moral clarity and her resilience, because Homer's unconscious mind cannot allow the alternative to be true. It cannot imagine Lisa defeated by Springfield. It makes her the kind of person Springfield cannot defeat, because the other version is unthinkable. Mystery 45. Homer's goodness. After everything, after 36 seasons of evidence that Homer Simpson is cognitively impaired, self-destructive, unreliable, irresponsible, and incapable of sustaining most of the behaviors that conventional morality would require, one mystery remains. Why does everyone love him? The family loves him? That is explicable. Family love does not require consistent behavior to sustain itself, and Homer's underlying tenderness toward Marge and the children emerges regularly enough to make the love comprehensible, even when his behavior is indefensible. The children come back to him. Marge stays. Abe, despite everything, is his father, and carries the complicated care of a father for a son. But the show depicts a broader love for Homer that extends beyond his family, a kind of communal warmth that Springfield extends to this particular member of its damaged population. When Homer is genuinely in trouble, people show up. When Homer achieves something, the community celebrates. He is, despite his consistent failures and despite the way the show depicts Springfield's general selfishness and short-term thinking, genuinely liked. The explanation connects to the collective denial theory in a surprising way. Homer embodies Springfield's self-image. He is the version of himself that Springfield imagines when it is being generous. He works hard at a job he does not understand, loves his family imperfectly, makes catastrophic decisions with good intentions, recovers from every disaster, and shows up again the next day. He is the eternal, aspirational, mediocre man, the one who never quite manages what he was trying to do but never quite stops trying either. Springfield loves Homer because Springfield sees itself in Homer, not the damaged, contaminated, cognitively impaired version of itself that the radiation theory describes. The version Springfield chooses to see when it is voting to forget the truth. A man who is trying, who loves his family, who keeps coming home. Homer's goodness is not the goodness of virtue. It is the goodness of persistence. He keeps showing up. He keeps loving, imperfectly, inconsistently, with results that are as likely to cause damage as to achieve the tenderness they are aimed at. But he keeps doing it. Every episode, the intention is renewed. Every episode, Homer is trying again. That is his mystery. In a town built on denial and damage, and the accumulated weight of what has been done to everyone inside it, Homer's persistence in trying is the most genuinely hopeful thing the show contains. He is not smart enough to see how much is wrong. He is not capable enough to fix it if he did. He is not brave enough to challenge the systems that have shaped him. But he loves his family. Every day, with everything his damaged brain can manage. And the dream, if it is a dream, is powered by that love. That is the answer to the mystery of why Springfield loves Homer. Because in a town that has given up on a great many things, Homer has not given up on the one thing that the show has always argued is the thing most worth not giving up on. He goes home. He always goes home, and they are always there when he does. The final countdown. Mysteries by insanity level expanded. Let us close this journey through Springfield with one final, extended ranking of everything we have covered, organized not just by how insane the theory is, but by what each mystery reveals about the show's deepest preoccupations. The mysteries at the bottom of the insanity scale, the predictions and the floating geography and the art style differences, are the show's surface. They are the details that catch the casual viewer's attention, that circulate on social media, that make the show feel more mysterious than it probably intends to be at those specific moments. They are real, in the sense that they are genuinely present in the episodes, and they are interesting. But they do not require any revision of how you think about Springfield. One tier up, the Hans Moleman situation and the Ned Flanders revelation and the Principal Tamzarian episode are the show being honest about itself. These are the moments where the show stops deflecting and puts something true on screen, whether about its characters or about the community it is depicting. They require the viewer to sit with some discomfort, to notice that the comedy is covering something with sharper edges than comedy usually contains. They do not require you to rethink the whole show, but they change specific corners of how you see it. The middle mysteries, the Burns shooting and Maggie's intelligence, and Mona Simpson's conspiracy are where the show starts revealing its architecture. These are the storylines where individual character and institutional power intersect in ways that are too coherent to be accidental, where the show is clearly working towards something beyond the episode-by-episode comedy. Understanding these mysteries means understanding Springfield as a system rather than a setting. The contamination theory and Burns's immortality are where the system reveals its operator. The plant is not a background detail. Burns is not a cartoon villain in any simple sense. These are the load-bearing walls of Springfield's reality, the structures that make everything else possible, that explain the mechanisms by which a community can be controlled and contained and kept insufficient to challenge its own containment. And at the top, the coma and the floating timeline and the collective denial operating system, these are the mysteries that ask the largest questions. Not about Springfield, but about the people watching it, about what the show does to its audience that makes it impossible to stop watching, about the specific hunger that 36 years of this particular story has been feeding, about what it means that a show depicting everything wrong with American life has been kept alive for 36 years by the people who live that life. The insanity scale is really an intimacy scale. The most insane theories are the ones that get closest to the thing the show is actually about. And the thing the show is actually about is not radiation or comas or unsolved murders or immortal billionaires. The thing the show is about is the love that persists inside a broken system. The love that does not require the system to be fixed in order to be real. Homer's love for Marge. Marge's love for the family she has built her life around. Bart's love for the father he cannot stop frustrating. Lisa's love for the world she cannot stop wanting to improve. Maggie's love, the quietest and most patient of all of them, watching everything, remembering everything, waiting for the right moment to finally say what she has been carrying all this time. That love is the mystery that the show will never solve, because it does not need to be solved. It just needs to keep being true. And in Springfield, it keeps being true. Every episode. No matter what has happened before, no matter what the radiation has done, or what Burns has arranged, or what the town has chosen to forget, when the credits roll, the family is intact. Homer is home, Marge is there, Bart is somewhere he should not be, Lisa is playing something, and Maggie is watching. The loop continues, the dream persists, the love holds. In Springfield, the love always holds. This script runs approximately 43,000 words. It is designed for 11 Labs voiceover generation with a calm narrative pace. All content is original and draws on publicly available canonical information about The Simpsons for reference, treated in accordance with fair use for critical and analytical purposes. Sweet dreams. The architecture of Springfield. Deeper dives into place. The plant in full. To understand Springfield fully, you have to understand the plant. Not as a joke, not as a visual shorthand for corporate malfeasance. As the actual center of the town's physical and economic reality. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits at the edge of town in every establishing shot, its cooling towers visible from most elevated positions, their silhouette as familiar to Springfield's skyline as the Eiffel Tower is to Paris. It has been there since before the show began. Its founding is lost in the contradictory timelines the show uses for Burns's history, but it has been operating for long enough that its infrastructure has become Springfield's infrastructure. The electricity it generates powers every home, every business, every government building in the community. The jobs it provides support a significant portion of the working population, including several of the show's regular characters beyond Homer. Its economic presence is substantial enough that its health is inseparable from the town's health. This creates a structural dependency that the show has depicted accurately, even when it is not trying to be accurate. Communities built around a single employer, whether a mine or a mill or a plant, develop a particular kind of vulnerability. The employer's interests become the community's interests, not through agreement but through the logic of survival. When the employer is profitable, people have jobs. When people have jobs, they spend money in the local economy. When money circulates, the town functions. Any policy that threatens the employer's profitability, therefore threatens everyone downstream, and everyone downstream knows it. The threat does not have to be articulated. It is built into the economics of the place. Burns has never had to explicitly threaten Springfield. The structure of the dependency does the threatening for him. Any elected official who moves against the plant's operating conditions knows that the action has economic consequences that the community will experience immediately and personally. Any safety inspector who takes the violation seriously knows that shutting down the plant ends his neighbors' livelihoods along with his own. Any journalist who pursues the contamination story knows that the community's largest advertiser is the same institution being investigated. Homer's position at the plant is the center of this web. He is not protecting the plant from malice. He is not corrupt in any conscious sense. He is simply incapable of doing his job effectively, and his incapacity serves the plant's interests in exactly the way that an effective inspector would threaten them. Homer's continued employment is a structural solution to a structural problem. The plant needs a safety inspector who will not find the violations. Homer is that inspector by nature rather than by design. When the German investors briefly took over and fired Homer, they were not being cruel. They were being rational. A competent manager would make the same decision. But a competent manager assessing the plant's violations would also have had to confront the cost of addressing them, and that confrontation led them to seek Burns's return. They could not afford to fix the plant, and a new safety inspector would have forced them to try. Burns, who has spent decades not fixing the plant and not being forced to, was the more economical option. This is the perfect enclosed loop. The plant cannot be fixed because fixing it would destroy the economics that make the plant viable. The safety inspector cannot do his job because doing his job would trigger the same destruction. Burns cannot be replaced because replacing him would require confronting what he has done, and confronting what he has done would trigger consequences that the community cannot absorb. The system is self-sealing. Every potential point of intervention generates a consequence that forecloses the intervention. The 342 violations are not the accumulated result of neglect. They are the stable state of a system that has found its equilibrium at exactly that level of malfunction. Fix any single violation, and the equilibrium is disturbed. The repair reveals the others. The others reveal the cost. The cost reveals what the town would have to give up to address it. And the town, having depended on the plant for so long that it cannot imagine the alternative, retreats. The plant is not in Springfield. Springfield is in the plant. Everything about the town, its economy, its population's health, its political structure, its collective psychology, exists inside the field of force that the plant generates. Removing the plant from Springfield would not save the town. By this point, the town's existence depends on the plant operating exactly as it is. The contamination has been incorporated into the community's foundation. Burns does not own Springfield. He is Springfield, in the sense that his interests and the town's infrastructure have become so deeply entangled that distinguishing between them is no longer practically possible. The plant is the town. The owner of the plant is the owner of the town. And the people who live in the town live at his discretion, dependent on his continued operation for the power they use and the jobs that sustain them, and the cognitive impairment that prevents them from seeing any of this clearly enough to change it. The river and what lives in it. The Springfield River, or whatever body of water the plant's runoff flows into, depending on which episode you consult, is one of the show's most consistently present environmental details. It appears in establishing shots. Characters fish in it. Children play near it. Events happen on or around it. It is, in the logic of Springfield's geography, a significant feature of the town's physical landscape. It is also, within the show's own established facts, heavily contaminated. The river near the plant is where Blinky was caught. The three-eyed fish that became national news, that was used as evidence in a gubernatorial campaign, that Burns ate on live television to prove it was harmless. Blinky was pulled from this body of water by a fisherman who was using it for casual recreational fishing, which tells us something important about how Springfield thinks about the river. People fish in it. They probably eat what they catch. The contamination that produced Blinky is not historical. It is ongoing. The show has depicted other anomalies from Springfield's waterways across its run. Fish and aquatic life that behave strangely. A persistent quality to the water that suggests the contamination is significant and diffuse rather than localized and finite. The plant's waste has been flowing into this water supply for decades, and the water has been flowing into everything else. The groundwater, the wells, the municipal system, the ice in the drinks at Moe's. the water in the school's drinking fountains, the bath that Homer runs for himself and occasionally for the kids. The contamination is not distant. It is the water. The water is everywhere. The water is in everyone. This is why the radiation theory is more than a fan theory. It is a direct reading of the facts the show has established. The plant leaks. The leakage enters the water. The water enters the residents. The residents show physical anomalies consistent with long-term exposure to radiation and other industrial contaminants. The show drew this picture one detail at a time over 36 years, and no single episode requires you to take it seriously as a coherent narrative. But the picture is there. It has been there the whole time. The river is also the show's most consistent symbol of what Springfield has accepted about its situation. People fish in it, they boat on it, they bring their children to its banks, they drink from it, indirectly, every time they turn on a tap. They have been told by the evidence of Blinky that something is wrong with it, and they have incorporated this knowledge into the fabric of their daily lives without allowing it to change anything about how they use the water. This is the specific form of denial that is most prevalent in communities living near industrial contamination. People do not typically leave. They develop accommodations. They separate what they know from what they do. They talk about the contamination in abstract terms that do not require them to act on what they know. They raise their children in the same water their parents raised them in, because leaving is hard and staying is what people do. Springfield's river is the symbol of this accommodation. A body of water that everyone knows is contaminated and that everyone continues to use, because the alternative to using it is confronting what the contamination means. And that confrontation has consequences that are harder to live with than the contamination itself. The Quick E-Mart and the economy of small transactions. The Quick E-Mart is Springfield's most visited business after the nuclear plant, the first responder of commercial need, the place where Springfield's residents go at whatever hour the larger economy has failed them. It is open constantly, lit with the specific fluorescence of places that never close, and operated by Apu with a diligence that the show has depicted as both admirable and slightly haunting. The economics of a convenience store in Springfield are interesting to think about. The Quick E-Mart sells things at the elevated prices that convenience stores charge for the convenience they provide. The residents of Springfield, who are not wealthy as a general matter, pay those prices regularly because the Quick E-Mart is close and open and it has what they need right now. They spend more than they would at the larger grocery store because the larger grocery store is further and closes earlier and requires planning that the management of crisis does not always allow. This is one of the ways that poverty works in real economies. The poor pay more for goods than the wealthy do, not because they spend more in total, but because they lack the resources, time, and storage capacity to buy in bulk or plan ahead. The Quick E-Mart's perpetual clientele is a clientele of people managing immediate need rather than long-term planning, and the premium they pay for that management accumulates into a structural disadvantage that compounds over time. The show has addressed the economics of the Quick E-Mart in several episodes, usually in the context of Apu's relationship with the Quick E-Mart Corporation that franchises the store. He does not own the concept. He owns the location to the degree that franchise operators own anything, and he is subject to the corporate structure's decisions about products, prices, and operating requirements. He is an entrepreneur within a system that limits what entrepreneurship can actually achieve, a familiar condition for small business owners within large franchise networks. Apu's doctoral degree in computer science, which he holds from a prestigious institution, is the detail that most complicates the convenient reading of his situation. He did not arrive at the Quick E-Mart because it was the best available option for his capabilities. He arrived at the Quick E-Mart for reasons the show has explored but never fully resolved, and he stayed because staying became its own kind of answer. Springfield absorbed Apu the way it absorbs everyone. It found a role for him. The role was useful to the community, visible, socially essential, in the way that the place people can always get what they need is essential. And Apu filled it with a thoroughness that went beyond what the role required. He became the Quick E-Mart in the same way that Mo became the bar. Not because the place was adequate to his ambitions, but because he invested enough of himself in it that the place and the person became indistinguishable. This is Springfield's real power. It does not trap people through force or explicit coercion. It traps them through absorption. It finds the version of each person that fits a specific role in its economy, and it offers that version of them just enough to sustain the fit. The role becomes the identity. The identity becomes the life. And by the time anyone notices the gap between what they were capable of and what they have become, the gap has been open long enough that closing it feels impossible. Apu's Quick E-Mart is the most visible example of this dynamic, but it is not unique. It is the standard way Springfield works. It is what the plant does to Homer. It is what the bar does to Moe and Barney. It is what the school does to Skinner and Krabappel. It is what the retirement home does to Abe. The town finds the version of each person that it needs and then provides just enough for that version to persist. The mystery is not why Springfield does this. It is obvious why a system does this. The system needs its roles filled, and the cheapest way to fill them is to make people identify with the roles they already occupy. The mystery is whether the people trapped in these roles know they are trapped, whether Apu, stocking shelves at 3 in the morning in a store that should be beneath his capabilities, knows. Whether Moe, wiping down a bar with a rag that does not get cleaner as he wipes, knows. Whether Homer, pressing the same buttons and ignoring the same alarms and eating donuts during the same meltdown warnings, knows. The show suggests that they know and they do not know, in the specific way that people know things they have decided not to think about directly. It is there. They could reach it. They choose not to. Because the knowledge, if pursued, would require action, and the action would disturb the equilibrium that makes their lives possible. Springfield knows everything. Springfield decides not to think about any of it. That is the mystery. That is the town. That is, in the end, all of it. The final mysteries. What the show knows about us. What Springfield reveals about the people watching it. The Simpsons has been watched by people in every demographic, every income bracket, every educational background, every political persuasion. It is genuinely one of the most widely consumed pieces of media in American history. And it has been watched, for 36 years, by people who recognize themselves in it. Not in Homer's specific stupidity or Marge's specific patience or Bart's specific rebellion or Lisa's specific loneliness. In the specific quality of the household as a whole, the love that persists through dysfunction, the dysfunction that cannot quite overcome the love, the daily renegotiation of a family that should not work and somehow does, the mystery is not why the show works. The show's technique is clear. Its emotional logic is consistent. Its best episodes are genuine masterworks of comedic craft. The mystery is what it means that it works this way, that this specific family in this specific broken town is the reference point that so many people return to when they want to feel something uncomplicated about home. Part of the answer is that Springfield is safe. Not in the sense that it is free of danger or damage. It is obviously neither. But Springfield is safe in the sense that it is known, that its rules are understood, that the characters can be trusted to behave in recognizable ways within those rules. The unpredictability of Springfield's events happens inside a container of total predictability about the characters and their relationships. Homer will be impulsive, Marge will be patient, Bart will be rebellious, Lisa will be idealistic, Maggie will be silent and watchful. The family will survive whatever happens and will be together at the end of the episode. This is what the floating timeline is actually providing. Not the suspension of aging as such, though that is its mechanism. The guarantee that the family remains intact. Every episode, whatever happens, ends with the Simpson family as it was. The structure holds. The relationships survive. Nobody leaves permanently. This guarantee, offered week after week for 36 years, is what the show has been providing to its audience. The audience needs it because the audience's own version of the guarantee is not reliable. Real families change. Real children grow up and become different from what was imagined. Real relationships evolve in directions that cannot be predicted. Real parents age. Real houses pass out of the family's hands. The things we remember as permanent are temporary, and we know it. And the knowing is one of the quieter forms of grief that adult life carries. The Simpsons offers the alternative to that grief. Not the lie that things do not change, but the dream of a family that stays, that the door is still open, that the couch is still there, that the specific configuration of people who love each other imperfectly is still intact and can be visited whenever the need arises. That is why the show cannot end. Not because of the money, though the money is real, because ending it would be withdrawing the guarantee. And the guarantee is what a significant portion of the audience is actually paying for in attention and in loyalty and in the specific kind of love people extend to things that have been with them through a significant portion of their lives. The Simpsons began in 1989, and the people who watched it as children are now in their 40s and 50s. They watched it through adolescence, through leaving home, through building their own families, through all the things that happen to a person between childhood and middle age. The show was there for all of it, unchanged, the family in the same house on the same street. The show's constancy became a reference point for the viewer's own experience of change. You are older. The Simpsons is the same. The gap between those two facts is where the emotion lives. The show knows this. The later seasons, the ones that critics call inferior, are still watched by millions of people who would agree that the quality has declined. They watch anyway, because the family is still there, because Homer still comes through the door, because the couch is still waiting, because the show still keeps its promise, even when it is keeping it less elegantly than it once did. The mystery the show asks, finally, is not about radiation or comas or who shot who in a parking lot. The mystery is this: what do we need so much that we would follow an imperfect thing for 36 years looking for it? And the answer is what Homer needs. What we can see him needing in every episode, whether he is failing at his job or failing at parenting or failing at being a decent neighbor or friend. He needs to come home to people who are glad he is there. He needs to be loved despite the evidence against him. He needs the door to open and the family to be on the other side. That is not a complicated need. It is the simplest and most human thing there is. And the show has been depicting it, offering it, guaranteeing it, for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. The theories and the mysteries and the rankings and the dark readings are all real. Springfield is genuinely strange and genuinely broken and genuinely controlled by forces that exploit its residents' inability to see what is being done to them. The contamination is real within the show's logic. The coma is a genuinely compelling theory. The shooting mystery has never been properly resolved. Burns is medically maintained beyond what any normal human life should accommodate. All of that is true, and all of that is interesting, and none of it is the reason 36 years of audience keeps watching. The reason is Homer coming home. The reason is the family intact. The reason is the guarantee. Springfield is broken. The guarantee holds anyway, and that is the mystery. The one that all the other mysteries are orbiting around, the thing that the show figured out in 1989 and has been offering every Sunday night since. You can come home. The family will be there. Whatever else has happened, whatever has been forgotten or denied or damaged or lost, the couch is waiting and the door is open and the people you love are on the other side. That is all Springfield is. That is what it has always been. The rest is just fascinating. End of script. Approximate total word count, 42,000 words. Designed for 11 Labs voiceover generation. Calm, narrative pace throughout. No sudden loud moments. Structured for sleep retention optimization, with gradually deepening subject matter in the middle sections and a quiet, emotionally resolving conclusion. Extended bonus. The complete character histories and what they hide. The full story of Barney Gumble. Barney Gumble is one of the most quietly tragic characters in the long history of American animation, and the tragedy is all the more effective because the show has chosen to present most of it as comedy. He is Homer's oldest friend, his companion since high school, and the person whose life trajectory most clearly illustrates what Springfield does to potential. In high school, Barney was not what he is now. He was a student of reasonable accomplishment and apparent ambition. He had plans. The show has revisited his pre-alcoholism years in various flashback contexts, and in each of them the picture is consistent. A young man with enough capability to imagine himself going somewhere. Then Homer brought him to a party. The sequence of events varies slightly depending on the episode, but the core event is stable. Homer introduced Barney to his first beer. A casual social gesture, the kind of thing that happens at parties without consequence for most people, without consequence for Homer, without consequence for everyone at that party except Barney. For Barney, that first drink was the first in a decades-long series, the beginning of an addiction that restructured his entire life around its management. The show has addressed this directly in the episode where Barney achieves sobriety. He gets a grant to pursue filmmaking. He produces a film of genuine artistic merit that wins a competition. He is, in that episode, clearly capable of the life he never had, competent and creative and emotionally present in ways that his alcoholism has suppressed for years. And then, in the nature of Springfield's storytelling, the episode ends and the reset comes, and Barney is back at Moe's, beer in hand, the sobriety as if it did not happen. But the episode demonstrated something. Barney's potential did not disappear with his youth. It was suppressed, covered over by decades of addiction, but it was still there, waiting for the conditions that would allow it to surface. Those conditions arrived briefly and then were removed, and the show did not dwell on the implications of removing them. Homer's guilt about Barney's situation is an undercurrent the show acknowledges occasionally and then steps away from. Homer knows, on some level, that the person responsible for introducing Barney to alcohol is himself. He knows that the specific party and the specific gesture was the beginning of Barney's decline. And Homer loves Barney, in the uncomplicated and slightly helpless way that Homer loves most things, which means he has spent decades watching the consequence of his own casual action and being unable to do anything effective about it. The floating timeline makes this more disturbing. In real time, an addiction of the duration Barney's has been would have had serious physical consequences by now. The damage to his liver, his brain, his cardiovascular system, accumulated across decades of heavy drinking, would be visible and significant. Barney would look like what he is, a person who has been destroying his health for 36 years. The floating timeline spares him this consequence. He is preserved at the stage of functional alcoholism, able to walk and talk and appear at Moe's every day, rather than progressing toward the physical deterioration that real alcoholism of this duration produces. This is the floating timeline's most uncomfortable mercy. By preventing time from passing, it also prevents the consequences of time from accumulating. Barney's addiction cannot kill him because killing him would require time to pass. The loop holds him at exactly the level of damage where he can still appear in episodes, still be funny, still be part of Springfield's social fabric without the show having to depict what 36 years of his life choices would actually look like in a human body. Within the radiation theory, Barney's resilience has another explanation. If Springfield's residents have been biologically altered by decades of contamination in ways that make them more resistant to injuries and physical trauma, that resistance would apply to the physiological damage of chronic alcoholism as well. Barney can drink what he drinks and show up every day because his body has been modified by the same contamination that allows Homer to survive car crashes and falling off cliffs. The adaptation that makes them nearly indestructible in some dimensions also makes them resistant to the standard consequences of their self-destructive behaviors. Barney is not just an alcoholic. Barney is a Springfield-adapted alcoholic, which means the mechanisms that would end his drinking through consequence are also impaired. He cannot drink himself to death because death in Springfield is negotiable for people like him. The system that produced his addiction also ensures it continues indefinitely without terminal resolution. This is the darkest version of Springfield's mercy. By making consequence negotiable, by preventing the most extreme outcomes, the system also prevents the rock bottom that might be the condition for genuine change. Barney cannot reach the absolute end of where his drinking leads him because Springfield's altered biology does not allow the ending to arrive. He is preserved in the middle state, functional enough to sustain the addiction, impaired enough never to get past it. The Complete Life of Smithers. Waylon Smithers is the most thoroughly examined secondary character in the show's history, and what the examination reveals is one of the most complicated portraits of loyalty, identity, and self-suppression in television comedy. His devotion to Burns is total. It is also, as the show has depicted with more nuance than it is usually credited for, fully conscious. Smithers is not simply devoted to Burns through some unexamined compulsion. He knows what Burns is. He has watched Burns operate for decades. He has been present for every scheme, every exploitation, every act of casual cruelty toward the people Burns employs and the community Burns exploits. He knows exactly what manner of man he serves, and he serves him anyway, not because he has no options or because the cognitive damage that affects Springfield's other residents has impaired his judgment. Smithers is sharp. He is competent in ways that Burns is not, managing the practical execution of Burns's enterprises with an efficiency that the show makes clear is essential. The plant functions to the degree that it functions because Smithers manages it. Burns's survival, as we have established, depends on Smithers managing the treatment schedule. Burns's social and professional functioning depends on Smithers navigating the world on his behalf. Smithers serves all of this with full knowledge, because the alternative, a life without Burns at its center, is something he has never found a way to imagine. His identity has been organized around this service for so long that the service is the identity. Who Smithers is, as a person, as a bundle of values and preferences and ways of being in the world, is inseparable from what Smithers does for Burns. The show has depicted this with both comedy and occasional genuine melancholy. In the episodes that allow Smithers to exist outside his relationship with Burns, a picture emerges of a person who is sophisticated, capable of warmth, interested in things beyond the plant's operations. He has a life that the comedy usually reduces to a series of gags about his devotion, but the gags are built on a foundation of genuine characterization. The Who Shot Mr. Burns investigation is the moment that most clearly tests Smithers' loyalty. He confesses immediately. Whatever Burns has done, whatever exploitation Smithers has witnessed, whatever damage Burns' operation has caused to the community, when he believes Burns has been harmed, Smithers' first response is to take responsibility. The confession turns out to be based on a misremembering of events, but the impulse behind it, to absorb consequence on Burns' behalf regardless of the facts, is revealing. Smithers would have taken the blame for Burns' shooting even if it meant prison. He did it reflexively, without calculation. The devotion is that complete. This raises the question that the show lets sit unanswered. What would Smithers be? Who would he be without Burns? The question has been posed occasionally in episodes that create temporary distance between them, and in each case the answer seems to be that Smithers does not know. His identity is so thoroughly organized around the service that the service's removal reveals a person who is genuinely at a loss, not devastated exactly, but uncertain in a way that deeper engagement with life might resolve, and that returning to Burns defers. The most interesting layer of this, from the perspective of the show's larger concerns, is Smithers' role in maintaining the plant's violations. As the operational intelligence behind Burns' management of the facility, Smithers knows about the 342 violations. He knows about the radioactive waste in the water supply. He knows what the plant is doing to Springfield's residents. He manages the schedule that keeps Burns alive through radiation therapy, which means he understands better than almost anyone in town what radiation does to human biology. And he says nothing. He keeps nothing from Burns, but he keeps everything that Burns does from the community. His silence about the plant's conditions is the most consequential form of his loyalty, more consequential than managing Burns' schedule or executing his schemes. The violations continue because Smithers enables their continuation. The contamination persists because Smithers' devotion extends to protecting the source of the contamination from accountability. He is the most morally complex figure in Springfield's power structure. Not because he is malicious, because he is devoted, and his devotion has real-world consequences that he can see and has chosen to enable. The love that keeps him at Burns' side is real. The damage that love enables is equally real. And the show has never resolved the tension between these two facts, which is the right choice, because the tension is genuine and resolution would be dishonest. Principal Skinner's inner life. We have discussed the Tamzarian revelation at length, but the character of the man who lives inside the stolen identity deserves its own sustained attention. Armen Tamzarian came from nowhere. That is the show's framing, and it is partly literal. His backstory before the army is minimal. A street kid without community, without family of note, without the kind of social embedding that most people develop simply by existing in a place long enough. He was the kind of person Springfield produces in theory but usually keeps invisible, entirely unattached, existing in the margins of whatever community he happened to be moving through. The army gave him structure. The structure gave him something to be part of, even if that something was brutal and confused and morally complicated in the ways that military service during Vietnam was brutally, confusingly, morally complicated. He served. He formed attachments. He experienced the specific kind of community that crisis and proximity produce, where the people beside you become essential simply through the shared fact of the situation. And then the real Skinner was taken, and the specific community that Tamzarian had attached himself to dissolved, and he was left carrying the news of one man's death to a woman who had never met him. Agnes Skinner needed her son. Tamzarian needed to belong somewhere. The transaction that happened when he arrived at her door was not calculated. It was the desperate improvisation of two people in circumstances that had removed their other options. Agnes made him Seymour. He let himself be Seymour. And then 20 years passed. The man who emerged from those 20 years, the person Springfield knew as Principal Skinner, is genuinely interesting. He was not performing a character entirely. He built something. His relationship with Agnes is real, in the sense that the dynamics of a mother-son relationship developed over decades, regardless of the fiction at its foundation. His role at the school is real in the same sense. His way of existing in the community, the specific anxieties and small dignities and recurring humiliations that define his daily life, these were not inherited from Skinner. They were developed by Tamzarian inside the Skinner shape, over 20 years of actually being the man Springfield knew. When the real Skinner returned, Springfield did not exile Tamzarian because he was fake. They exiled the real Skinner because he was inconvenient. The person they chose to keep was the one who had been present, who had actually formed the relationships, who had built the 20 years of context that makes someone real to a community regardless of the facts of his origin. This is the principal and the pauper episode's most uncomfortable implication. The show suggests, through the town's unanimous choice to keep Tamzarian, that identity is not a matter of origin but of duration and relationship. The real Skinner had the name and the history and the legal claim. Tamzarian had the 20 years and the daily presence and the network of relationships that those years created. Springfield chose the presence over the origin, which is the choice that any community actually makes when it decides who belongs. The real mystery of Principal Skinner is not which Skinner is real. It is what it means that the question of realness turned out to be less important than the question of who was actually there. The town exiled the origin and kept the presence. And the decree making this official, the judge's ruling that the imposter is the real Skinner and that speaking the truth is illegal, is the town finally being honest about how it has always operated. Communities define membership through presence and relationship, not through documented origin. Springfield just made the process explicit and added a penalty for dissent. Kent Brockman and the media of Springfield. Kent Brockman has been Springfield's primary news anchor for the entire run of the show, which is its own minor mystery given how far the show has made clear that Springfield's media environment operates. He reports the news with a pomposity calibrated to the importance he assigns his own delivery, which is substantial and consistently disconnected from the importance of the events being reported. The show has used Brockman as a vehicle for media satire since the earliest seasons. He is willing to adjust his editorial position in real time based on what appears to be personally advantageous. In a famous moment from the movie-length episode involving an ant attack, he appears ready to welcome his new insect overlords based on a single ambiguous visual. His flexibility on matters of fact is matched by his rigidity on matters of presentation. He always sounds authoritative. He is not always accurate. Brockman represents the specific failure mode of local news that the show was already satirizing in the early 1990s, and that has only become more recognizable since. The format prioritizes the appearance of authority over the substance of accountability. The anchor is the face of institutional credibility, but the institutional credibility is performed through presentation style rather than earned through journalistic rigor. He announces things. The things he announces are presented as true because a man in a suit at a desk announces them. The specific quality of Brockman's Springfield coverage is the mystery worth examining. He has reported on essentially every significant event in the town's history, from Burns's various schemes to the Dome incident to the ongoing saga of the plant's safety record. He has had access to stories that, if pursued with genuine journalistic commitment, would have been transformative for the community. The three-eyed fish alone was sufficient material for an investigation that could have brought serious scrutiny to the plant's operations. He reported on the fish. The story occupied its news cycle, and then it went away, replaced by the next story, the next compelling visual, the next development that the format required. Brockman's news operation does not sustain investigations. It presents events and moves on, which is the specific failure that allows Springfield's ongoing crises to remain perpetually in the present tense without ever accumulating into the kind of sustained narrative that demands response. Within the system of control that the contamination theory describes, Brockman's news operation is the media layer of the same structure. Burns's plant is the economic layer. Quimby's administration is the political layer. Fat Tony's organization is the street-level layer. And Brockman's news program is the information layer, the mechanism by which Springfield's residents process events in ways that prevent those events from building into pressure for change. Every story arrives, gets its segment, and is replaced by the next story. The format itself prevents the accumulation that accountability requires. Brockman himself may not be complicit in this in any conscious way. He may simply be doing his job as he understands it, which is to present the news of the day professionally and with appropriate gravity. The system does not require his conscious participation in its perpetuation. The format does the work. His presence inside the format makes him part of the mechanism regardless of his intentions. This is how the most effective forms of institutional control usually work. They do not require the people inside them to understand or endorse what they are participating in. They require the people inside them to do their jobs, which the system has designed to produce the desired outcome without the participants' awareness. Brockman reports the news. The way he reports it prevents the news from mattering in ways that would require anything to change. He does his job well. The job, well done, serves the system. The question of joy in Springfield. After everything dark and systemic and conspiratorial that can be said about Springfield, it is worth spending time on the thing the show gets right about its community that is easy to overlook in the analytical approach. There is genuine joy in Springfield, and it is not ironic or qualified or the result of ignorance alone. Homer's joy is real. His pleasure in a donut is not the satisfaction of a man too stupid to want anything better. It is the specific, intense, present-tense pleasure of someone who has learned to extract maximum satisfaction from what is available. Homer does not save up his enjoyment for the things that the world agrees are worth enjoying. He enjoys what he has, when he has it, with a completeness that most people with more sophisticated tastes cannot match. The family celebrations are genuine. The holidays, the birthdays, the small victories, the moments where everything works despite the odds against it, these are real, and the show depicts them with the same attention it gives to the darkness. Homer's pride in his children, when it breaks through the comedy, is uncomplicated and completely convincing. Marge's love for her family is not a performance or a coping mechanism or only a conditioned response. It is a genuine thing that the show has depicted consistently enough to take seriously. The friends at Moe's have real warmth for each other. Lenny and Carl's friendship is one of the show's most affectionate ongoing relationships, depicted with a consistency and depth that reveals genuine care between two people who have been alongside each other through decades of working at a terrible job in a town that was doing neither of them any favors. They are each other's primary witness. In a community where so much is forgotten or denied, Lenny and Carl remember each other. The bar itself, for all its role in maintaining Springfield's damage, is also a place where people actually connect. The relationships formed at Moe's are real relationships, imperfect, shaped by the specific dynamics of people who are managing difficult conditions in the same building, but real in the sense that they involve genuine attention to and care for specific other people. Springfield's joy is not the innocent joy of a community that does not know it is in trouble. It is the specific, hard-won joy of a community that is in trouble and has found ways to sustain pleasure and connection and love anyway. That is not a small achievement. It is in some ways the most impressive thing Springfield manages. Given everything the radiation theory and the coma theory and the contamination framework describe, given the institutional failure and the economic exploitation and the collective cognitive damage, Springfield's people still manage to love each other, still manage to have good nights at Moe's and good Christmases at home and good moments between episodes when the camera is not running. The theories do not negate the joy. They make the joy more remarkable. It is easier to love well when the conditions support it. Springfield's conditions do not support it. The love happens anyway. That is what the show has been depicting for 36 years, underneath the mysteries and the dark readings and the fan theories that reveal the architecture of the exploitation. People who have been damaged by circumstances they did not choose and cannot fully understand, loving each other as well as they can manage. finding joy in donuts and beer and saxophones and evening television and the specific comfort of a family that fights and forgives and is still there when you come through the door. The mysteries are real. The darkness is real. Springfield is genuinely broken in the ways this script has spent its length describing. And the love is also real. And the love is also genuinely remarkable. And the show has always known that these two facts, the damage and the love, belong in the same sentence, that you cannot fully understand either without the other. That is the final mystery. That is the thing the show knew in 1989 and has been returning to ever since. It is broken and it is loved. It is damaged and it is home. And somehow, impossibly, that is enough. Complete. Approximate word count, 43,000 plus words. Designed for sleep-positive voiceover narration with 11 labs or equivalent. Tone is calm, thoughtful, and narrative throughout. Subject matter deepens gradually from easily explained mysteries toward more disturbing theories in the middle sections, then resolves emotionally in the closing passages. The mysteries nobody asks. Small details that deserve attention. Why Homer's workplace never changes. Homer Simpson has held, across the run of the show, an extraordinary number of different jobs. He has been a monorail conductor, a sugar magnate, a food critic, a bodyguard, a professional boxer, a farmhand, an astronaut, a country singer, a missionary, and hundreds of other things, each for the duration of an episode or arc. The show cycles through careers for Homer with a creativity and frequency that becomes its own kind of running gag. But he always returns to the plant, every single time. No matter what other opportunity opens, no matter how successful the digression becomes in the short term, Homer is back in Sector 7G by the following episode. His desk is there, his locker is there, his catastrophically neglected workstation is there, and he settles back into it as if the intervening adventure never happened. The official explanation is narrative convenience. The plant is the fixed setting. The other jobs are episodes. Homer's base state is the plant, and the base state must be restored for the format to function. But within the world of the show, within the logic of Springfield's power structure, there is another reading. Homer cannot leave the plant because the deal between Burns and Abe requires him to be there. The contract that Abe struck, Homer's guaranteed employment in exchange for Abe's silence about Burns's crime, is a binding arrangement that neither party has dissolved. Homer's return to the plant after every digression is not his choice in any meaningful sense. He returns because the deal requires his presence there, and the deal is enforced through the mechanisms of Burns's economic control over Springfield. This reading transforms the comedy of Homer's many alternate careers into something melancholy. He keeps finding things he is good at, or at least things that engage him differently than the plant does, and he keeps returning. Not because he wants to, not because the plant is where he belongs in any meaningful human sense, but because the contract his father made 40 years ago requires it. Every return is not a reset, but a reminder of whose life Homer is actually living inside. The crayon lodged in his brain, the radiation damage from decades at the plant, the cognitive impairment that makes Homer who he is. All of it has accumulated in the body of a man who was contractually obligated to be there from the day he was old enough to be employed. Burns did not just arrange for Homer to have a job. He arranged for Homer to be shaped by the job. The Homer who exists after 3 decades at the plant is the Homer the plant produced, and that Homer is exactly the Homer the contract required. The mystery of Springfield's animals. We have noted Santa's little helper's slightly off proportions and Blinky's third eye. But the animal life of Springfield extends considerably beyond those 2 examples, and the full picture is worth assembling. The show has depicted wildlife in and around Springfield with a consistency that suggests something has gone wrong with the local fauna in ways that echo what has gone wrong with the local humans. Various birds in Springfield have been depicted with unusual characteristics. Squirrels and other small mammals in the Springfield woods exhibit behavior that deviates from normal patterns for their species. Fish from the river present in ways that suggest the Blinky situation is not isolated. In the Simpsons movie, the wildlife response to Springfield's contamination reaching its peak is depicted in a way that makes the animal's altered state explicit. The movie's treatment of the dome and the environmental catastrophe inside it includes visual representations of Springfield's fauna that confirm the contamination has been affecting more than the human residents. The mystery worth examining is whether the animals know something the humans do not. There is a tradition in horror and science fiction of depicting animals as more sensitive to environmental threats than humans, capable of detecting danger that human cognition filters out or rationalizes away. Springfield's animals, if they have been altered by the same contamination that altered the residents, have been altered in an environment they experience without the cognitive capacity for denial. They cannot vote to forget about the dome. They cannot make collective decisions about what to acknowledge and what to suppress. They experience the contamination directly, without mediation. The three-eyed fish is the show's most explicit representation of this unmediated experience. Blinky is the truth that the humans around him have been performing elaborate cognitive work to avoid confronting. The fish does not know it should look different. It simply is different, in a way that the show showed the audience and then watched the characters of Springfield find ways to explain away. This is the show's most efficient summary of its own thesis. Here is the mutation. Here is the evidence. Here is the community consuming the evidence, acknowledging it briefly, and then returning to the version of reality in which the mutation means nothing and nothing needs to change. Blinky swimming in the contaminated river is the whole show in one image. The fish cannot be denied. The denial happens anyway. Springfield keeps going. The question of Springfield's children. Beyond Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, Springfield is populated with children whose lives the show has depicted in varying degrees of detail. Nelson Muntz, Martin Prince, Milhouse Van Houten, and others have been recurring presences in the show's school-based episodes, and each of them carries their own quietly disturbing story. Nelson is perhaps the most striking. He lives in conditions of neglect that any reasonable observer would recognize as requiring intervention. His mother is absent in ways that the show sometimes plays for dark comedy and sometimes simply acknowledges without comment. His father is similarly absent. He has raised himself, largely, in an environment that provides almost none of what children require for healthy development. He is aggressive and occasionally cruel because those have been the adaptive strategies available to him. The bullying is the behavior of a child who has not been given any other tools, and Springfield does not intervene. The school does not follow up on Nelson's home situation with any effectiveness. Child protective services, to the extent that Springfield has any, are never depicted as relevant to Nelson's case. The community is aware that he is unsupervised and under-resourced, in the same way it is aware of everything about which it has decided not to take action. Nelson is part of Springfield's landscape, the kid who grew up that way, the one everyone knows about without doing anything. Martin Prince is the other end of the academic spectrum, a child of genuine intellectual gifts who is as lonely at Springfield Elementary as Lisa is, for complementary reasons. His intelligence is different from Lisa's in tone, more interested in the accumulation of knowledge than in its application to justice, more comfortable with the performance of smartness than with its use. He has found a way to make his intelligence a kind of armor, wielding his knowledge as both weapon and shield, though the armor does not protect him from the social costs of being the smart kid in a school that does not value intelligence in the ways Martin embodies it. Milhouse Van Houten is Bart's best friend and one of the show's most consistently unlucky characters. He exists in relationship to Bart largely as the person who gets hurt when Bart's schemes go wrong. His role in the show is partly that of the victim, the one who absorbs consequences, the one whose misfortune functions as the punchline to Bart's setup. But Milhouse is also depicted with genuine affection in certain episodes. A kid who is more sensitive than his situation rewards him for being, who feels things more deeply than his social context accommodates, who loves his friend Bart with a completeness that Bart's self-absorption cannot quite reciprocate. These children, in the radiation theory's framework, are also products of Springfield's contaminated environment. They were born into it or arrived into it young enough to have been shaped by it. Their specific presentations, Nelson's aggression, Martin's social isolation, Milhouse's vulnerability, are not simply individual character traits. They are the results of specific children with specific temperaments being raised in a specific environment, and that environment has been doing things to them that the show depicts without explaining. The mystery of Springfield's children is the mystery of what they carry forward. In the real world, children raised in contaminated environments, in communities with systemic underfunding and institutional neglect, do not simply age into the stable conditions that improve outcomes. They carry the damage with them. The floating timeline prevents Springfield's children from aging, which means it prevents us from seeing what they carry. But the coma theory's reading suggests that Homer knows. The dreaming mind knows that the children of Springfield, the ones beyond his own family, are going to carry this forward into whatever future the dream cannot reach. And the knowledge is too painful to pursue, so the dream keeps them young and the future stays theoretical. Patty and Selma and the women Springfield forgot. Marge's sisters, Patty and Selma Bouvier, have been present since the earliest episodes, two women who have built their lives inside the Department of Motor Vehicles, chain-smoking cigarettes, expressing detailed opinions on MacGyver, and maintaining a comprehensive, unfiltered assessment of Homer Simpson that the show uses for comedy, but that is remarkably accurate by any objective measure. They are treated by the show primarily as sources of comedic friction. The sisters who disapprove of Homer, who remind Marge through their very existence that she had other options, who represent the version of the Bouvier sisters' lives that did not include Homer but also did not include whatever Homer, for all his faults, actually provides. The mystery of Patty and Selma is what their lives are actually about when the comedy moves past them. They have worked the same jobs for decades. They have maintained their friendships with each other, which is the most functional relationship either of them appears to have. They have developed elaborate devotions to specific cultural artifacts, MacGyver most prominently, in ways that the show depicts as pathetic but that actually represent exactly what most people's relationship with their parasocial entertainments looks like when examined without flattery. They are lonely. The show does not always acknowledge this directly, but it is visible in how they are depicted when the comedy gives them room to be specific rather than functional. They have wanted things. They have occasionally reached for things, in episodes that give them romantic subplots that do not resolve happily, that give them the possibility of change that Springfield does not ultimately deliver. Within the contamination theory, Patty and Selma are interesting because they represent the version of Springfield's damage that affects women who did not make the specific choices that made Marge's version possible. Marge has the house and the family and the structure that sustains her even when it constrains her. Patty and Selma have the DMV and each other, and their cigarettes, and their television, and the specific forms of connection that those things provide. They are not miserable, but they are contained. They are in the Springfield loop in a specific way, shaped by the same environment, living in the same contaminated community, and the life it has offered them is this: two desks at the DMV and each other. Their disapproval of Homer is, in this reading, not simply snobbery or protectiveness. It is grief for what their sister chose and could not choose otherwise, and recognition that the choice has made Marge's life smaller in certain dimensions, even as it has made it fuller in others. They see the constraint. They live a different kind of constraint. Springfield contains them all. The Treehouse of Horror as emotional truth. We have mentioned the Treehouse of Horror episodes as the space where the show's regular emotional logic can be made explicit. But the specific content of those episodes deserves more attention, because the pattern of what the show chooses to explore in that unguarded space reveals a great deal about what the regular format is working to contain. The Treehouse episodes have depicted Homer losing his body to alien possession, to supernatural forces, to his own dark impulses. They have depicted the family being hunted, consumed, destroyed in ways that the regular episodes cannot accommodate. They have depicted Springfield being invaded, taken over, subjected to forces that are honest representations of the forces already operating on it. Control, consumption, the elimination of individual agency in favor of systemic efficiency. In one of the most famous segments, Bart discovers a remote control that can manipulate time. The power corrupts immediately, not through malice but through the specific inability of a 10-year-old to manage something that large. The segment ends badly, as power without wisdom tends to. It is a children's story about the specific danger of capability without context. But within the Treehouse frame, it is also the show saying something about Springfield's own situation. The power to change things exists, but the cognitive and institutional conditions required to use it responsibly do not, and the gap between the power and the conditions produces destruction. Another recurring Treehouse element is the segment built around consumer culture, around the specific horror of objects and media that consume their audience rather than serving them. These segments are satirically obvious in their intent. The TV that controls viewers, the toys that rebel, the consumer goods that turn. But within Springfield's established reality, these segments have a second reading. The residents of Springfield are already being consumed by the systems that nominally serve them. The plant consumes their health. The government consumes their public resources. The economic system consumes the surplus value of their labor and returns a fraction of it in wages. The treehouse horror of objects that consume their owners is the regular horror of Springfield made literal. The Halloween episodes are when the show takes off the comedy and shows you the feelings beneath it. Every monster in those segments corresponds to something that already exists in the regular episodes, expressed in the metaphorical language of horror rather than the deflecting language of sitcom comedy. The show has been making this point for 36 years, alternating between its two modes, and the relationship between them is the key to understanding what the show is actually saying about Springfield. The comedy says, "This is funny, we are laughing at these things, the situation is absurd." The horror says, "This is what the situation actually is. Not absurd, frightening, real." The monster at the door is Burns. The body snatcher is the radiation. The technology that consumes its users is the plant that has consumed Springfield's environment and health and cognitive function. The horror is the comedy with its face-off.